Section 10 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in March 2021. Chapter 9. Korean Marriage Customs. Paik Kui Mi was not without a certain degree of life on that Sunday. A young Ban's steward impressed boats for the gratuitous carriage of tiles to Seoul, which caused a little feeble excitement among the junkmen. There was a sick person, and a mutang or female exorcist was engaged during the whole day in the attempt to expel the malevolent demon which was afflicting him, the process being accompanied by the constant beating of a drum and the loud vibrating sound of large cymbals. Lastly, there was a marriage, and this deserves more than a passing notice. Marriage, burial, and exorcism, with their ceremonials, being the outstanding features of Korea. Footnote. The notes on marriage customs which follow were given me by English-speaking Koreans and were taken down at the time. They apply chiefly to the middle class. End footnote. The Korean is nobody until he is married. He is a being of no account, a hobbledehoy. The wedding day is the entrance on respectability and manhood, and marks a leap upwards on the social ladder. The youth, with long abundant hair divided in the middle and plaited at the back, wearing a short girdled coat and looking as if he had no place in the world, though he may be quite grown up, and who is always taken by strangers for a girl, is transformed by the formal reciprocal salutations which constitute the binding ceremony of marriage. He has received the tonsure, and the long hair surrounding it is drawn into the now celebrated top knot. He is invested with a mangan, a crownless skull cap or fillet of horsehair, without which, thereafter, he is never seen. He wears a black hat and a long full coat, and his awkward gait is metamorphosed into a dignified swing. His boy companions have become his inferiors. His name takes the equivalent of Mr. after it. Honorifics must be used in addressing him. In short, from being a nobody, he becomes a somebody. A girl, by marrying, fulfills her manifest destiny. Spinsterhood in Korea is relegated to the Buddhist nunneries, where it has no reputation for sanctity. Absolutely secluded in the inner court of her father's house from the age of 7, a girl passes about the age of 17 to the absolute seclusion of the inner rooms of her father-in-law's house. The old ties are broken, and her husband's home is thenceforth her prison. It is custom. It is only to our thinking that the custom covers a felt hardship. It is needless to add that the young couples do not choose each other. The marriage is arranged by the fathers and consented to as a matter of course. A man gains the reputation of being a neglectful father who allows his son to reach the age of 20 unmarried. 17 or 18 is the usual age at which a man marries. A girl may go through the marriage ceremony as a mere child, if her parents think an eligible may slip through their fingers, but she is not obliged to assume the duties of wifehood till she is 16. On the other hand, boys of 10 and 12 years of age are constantly married when their parents for any reason wish to see the affair settled, and a desirable connection presents itself, and the yellow hats and pink and blue coats and attempted dignity of these boy bridegrooms are among the sights of the cities. A go-between is generally employed for the preliminary arrangements. No money is given to the bride's father by the bridegroom, nor does the daughter receive a dowry, but she is supplied with a large trousseau, which is packed in handsome marriage chests with brass clamps and decorations. There is no betrothal ceremony, and after the arrangement has been made, the marriage may be delayed for weeks or even months. When it is thought desirable that it should take place, but not until the evening before, the bridegroom's father sends a sort of marriage contract to the bride's father, who receives it without replying, and 2 pieces of silk are sent to the bride, out of which her outer garments must be made for the marriage day. A number of men carrying gay silk lanterns bear this present to the bride, and on the way are met by a party of men from her father's house bearing torches, and a fight ensues, which is often more than a make-believe one, for serious blows are exchanged, and on both sides some are hurt. Death has occasionally been known to follow on the wounds received. If a bridegroom's party is worsted in the melee, it is a sign that he will have bad luck; if the bride's, that she will have misfortunes. The night before the marriage, the parents of the bride and groom sacrifice in their respective houses before the ancestral tablets, and acquaint the ancestors with the event which is to occur on the morrow. The auspicious day having been decided on by the sorcerer, about an hour before noon, the bridegroom on horseback and in court dress leaves his father's house, and on that occasion only a plebeian can pass a young ban on the road without dismounting. 2 men walk before him, one carrying a white umbrella, and the other, who is dressed in red cloth, a goose, which is the emblem of conjugal fidelity. He is also attended by several men carrying unlighted red silk lanterns, by various servants, by a married brother, if he has one, or by his father, if he has not. On reaching his destination, he takes the goose from the hands of the man in red, goes into the house and lays it upon a table. Apropos of this emblem, it must be observed that conjugal fidelity is only required from the wife, and is a feminine virtue only. 2 women who are hired to officiate on such occasions lead the bride onto the veranda, or an estrade, and place her opposite the bridegroom, who stands facing her, but at some little distance from her. The wedding guests fill the courtyard. This is the man's first view of his future wife. She may have seen him through a chink in the lattice or a hole in the wall. A queer object she is to our thinking. Her face is covered with white powder, patched with spots of red, and her eyelids are glued together by an adhesive compound. At the instigation of her attendants, she bows twice to her lord, and he bows 4 times to her. It is this public reciprocal salutation which alone constitutes a valid marriage. After it, if he repudiates her, he cannot take another wife. The permanence of the marriage tie is fully recognized in Korea, though a man can form as many illicit connections as he chooses. A cup of wine is then given to the bridegroom, who drinks a little, after which it is handed to the bride, who merely tastes it. Afterwards, within the house, a table with a dainty dinner is set before the husband, who eats sparingly. The bride retires to the women's rooms, and the groom rejoices with his friends in the men's apartments. There is no simultaneous banquet. Each guest on arriving is supplied with a table of food. Such a table, in the case of people of means, costs from 5 to 6 yen, from 10 shillings to 12 shillings. And a very cheap wedding costs 65 yen, so that several daughters are a misfortune. During the afternoon, the husband returns to his father's house, and after a time the bride, bundled up in a mass of wedding clothes, and with her eyelids still sealed, attended by the 2 women mentioned before, some hired girls, and men with lanterns, goes thither also, in a rigidly closed chair, in the gay decorations of which red predominates. There she is received by her father and mother-in-law, to whom she bows 4 times, remaining speechless. She is then carried back to the house of her own parents, her eyelids are unsealed, and the powder is washed from her face. At 5 her husband arrives, but returns to his father's house on the following morning, this process of going and returning being repeated for 3 days, after which the bride is carried in a plain chair to her future home, under the roof of her parents-in-law, where she is allotted a room or rooms in the seclusion of the women's apartments. The name bestowed on her by her parents soon after her birth is dropped, and she is known thereafter only as the wife of so-and-so or the mother of so-and-so. Her husband addresses her by the word yabu, signifying "look here," which is significant of her relations to him. Silence is regarded as a wife's first duty. During the whole of the marriage day, the bride must be as mute as a statue. If she says a word, or even makes a sign, she becomes an object of ridicule, and her silence must remain unbroken even in her own room, though her husband may attempt to break it by taunts, jeers, or coaxing, for the female servants are all on the qui vive for such a breach of etiquette as speech, hanging about the doors and chinks to catch up and gossip even a single utterance, which would cause her to lose caste forever in her circle. This custom of silence is observed with the greatest rigidity in the higher classes. It may be a week or several months before the husband knows the sound of his wife's voice, and even after that, for a length of time she only opens her mouth for necessary speech. With the father-in-law, the law of silence is even more rigid. The daughter-in-law often passes years without raising her eyes to his, or addressing a word to him. The wife has recognized duties to her husband, but he has few, if any, to her. It is correct for a man to treat his wife with external marks of respect, but he would be an object for scorn and ridicule if he showed her affection or treated her as a companion. Among the upper classes, a bridegroom, after passing 3 or 4 days with his wife, leaves her for a considerable time to show his indifference. To act otherwise would be bad form. My impression is that the community of interests and occupations which poverty gives, and the embargo which it lays on other connections, in Korea as in some other Oriental countries, produces happier marriages among the lower orders than among the higher. Korean women have always borne the yoke. They accept inferiority as their natural lot. They do not look for affection in marriage, and probably the idea of breaking custom never occurs to them. Usually they submit quietly to the rule of the belle-mère, and those who are insubordinate and provoke scenes of anger and scandal are reduced to order by a severe beating when they are women of the people. But in the noble class, custom forbids a husband to strike his wife, and as his only remedy is a divorce, and remarriage is difficult, he usually resigns himself to his fate. But if, in addition to tormenting him and destroying the peace of his house, the wife is unfaithful, he can take her to a mandarin, who, after giving her a severe beating, may bestow her on a satellite. The seclusion of girls in the parental home is carried on after marriage, and in the case of women of the upper and middle classes is as complete as is possible. They never go out by daylight except in completely closed chairs. At night, attended by a woman and a servant with a lantern, and with a mantle over her head, a wife may stir abroad and visit her female friends, but never without her husband's permission, who requires, or may require, proof that the visit has been actually paid. Shopping is done by servants, or goods are brought to the veranda, the vendors discreetly retiring. Time, which among the leisured classes hangs heavily on the hands, is spent in spasmodic cooking, sewing, embroidering, reading very light literature in En-mun, and in the never-failing resources of gossip and the interminable discussion of babies. If a wife is very dull indeed, she can, with her husband's permission, send for actors, or rather posturing reciters, to the compound and look at them through the chinks of the bamboo blinds. Through these, also many Korean ladies have seen the splendors of the Gordong. When the Korean wife becomes a mother, her position is improved. Girls, as being unable to support their parents in old age or to perform the ancestral rites, are not prized as boys are, yet they are neither superfluous nor unwelcome as in some Eastern countries. The birth of a girl is not made an occasion for rejoicing, but that of the firstborn son is, and after the name has been bestowed on him, the mother is known as the mother of so-and-so. The first step alone of the first boy is an occasion for family jubilation. Korean babies have no cradles and are put to sleep by being tapped lightly on the stomach. End of section 10. Section 11 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in March 2021. Chapter 10. The Korean Pony, Korean Roads and Inns. A grey and murky morning darkening into drizzle, which thickened into a day's pouring rain, was an inauspicious beginning of a long land journey, but the crawling up the North Han had become monotonous, and change and action were desirable. Being an experienced muleteer, I had arranged the loads for each pony so equitably as to obviate the usual quarrel among the mapu or grooms at starting. The men were not regular mapu, and were going chiefly to see the Diamond Mountain. One was well educated and gentlemanly, and the bystanders jeered at him for loading like scholars. They were a family party, and there were no disputes. My first experience of the redoubtable Korean pony was not reassuring. The men had never seen a foreign saddle, and were half an hour in getting it fixed. Though a pony's saddle, it was far too large for the creature's minute body. The girths were half a yard, and the crupper nearly a foot too long. The animal bit, squealed, struck with his fore and hind feet, and performed the singular feat of bending his back into such an inward curve that his small body came quite near the ground. The men were afraid of him, and it was only in the brief intervals of fighting that they dared to make a dash at the buckles. It was tight lacing that he objected to. The Korean pony is among the most salient features of Korea. The breed is peculiar to it. The animals used for burdens are all stallions, from 10 to 12 hands high, well formed, and singularly strong, carrying from 160 to 200 pounds 30 miles a day, week after week, on sorry food. They are most desperate fighters, squealing and trumpeting on all occasions, attacking every pony they meet on the road, never becoming reconciled to each other even on a long journey, and in their fury ignoring their loads, which are often smashed to pieces. Their savagery makes it necessary to have a mapu for every pony, instead of, as in Persia, 1 to 5. At the inn stables, they are not only chained down to the troughs by chains short enough to prevent them from raising their heads, but are particularly slung at night to the heavy beams of the roof. Even under these restricted circumstances, their cordial hatred finds vent in hyena-like yells, abortive snaps, and attempts to swing their hind legs round. They are never allowed to lie down, and very rarely to drink water, and then only when freely salted. Their nostrils are all slit in an attempt to improve upon nature and give them better wind. They are fed 3 times a day on brown slush as hot as they can drink it, composed of beans, chopped millet stalks, rice husks, and bran, with the water in which they have been boiled. The mapu are rough to them, but I never saw them either ill-used or petted. Dearly as I love horses, I was not able on 2 journeys to make a friend of mine. On this journey I rode a handsome chestnut, only 10 hands high. He walked 4 miles an hour, and in a month of travelling, for much of it over infamous mountain roads, never stumbled, but he resented every attempt at friendliness both with teeth and heels. They are worth from 50 shillings upwards, and cost little to keep. Their attendants, the mapu, who are by no means always their owners, or even part owners, are very anxious about them and take very great care of them, seeing to what passes as their comfort before their own. The pack saddle is removed at once on halting, the animals are well rubbed, and afterwards thick straw mats are bound round their bodies. Great care is given to the cooking of their food. I know not whether the partial slinging of them to the crossbeams is to relieve their legs or to make fighting more difficult. On many a night I have been kept awake by the screams of some fractious animal, kicking and biting his neighbors as well as he was able, till there was a general plunging and squealing, which lasted till blows and execrations restored some degree of order. After I mounted my steed, he trudged along very steadily, unless any of his fellows came near him, when, with an evil glare in his eyes and a hyena-like yell, he rushed upon them teeth and hoof, entirely oblivious of bit and rider. A torrent of rain fell, and the day's journey consisted in splashing through deep mud, fording swollen streams because the bridges which crossed them were rotten, getting wet to the skin, and getting partially dry by sitting on the hot floor of a hovel called an inn at the noonday halt, along with a steaming crowd of all sorts and conditions of men in clean and dirty white clothes. The road by which we travelled is the main one from Seoul to the eastern treaty port of Wonsan. It passes through rice valleys with abundant irrigation, and along the sides of bare hills. Goods and travellers were not to be looked for in such weather, but there were a few strings of coolies loaded with tobacco, and a few more taking dried fish and dried seaweed, the latter a great article of diet, from Wonsan to the capital. Pangas, or water pestles for hulling rice, under rude thatched sheds, were numerous. These work automatically, and their solemn thud has a tone of mystery. The machine consists of a heavy log centered on a pivot, with a box at one end and a pestle at the other. Water from a stream with some feet of fall is led into the box, which when full tips over its contents and bears down one end of the log, when the sudden rise, acting on the pestle at the other end, brings it down with a heavy thud on the rice in the hollowed stone, which serves as a mortar. Where this simple machine does not exist, the work is performed by women. Denuded hillsides gave place to wooded valleys with torrents much resembling parts of Japan. The rain fell in sheets, and quite in the early afternoon, on reaching the hamlet of Sarpangkori, the Mapu declined to proceed farther, and there I had my first experience of a Korean inn. Many weeks on that and subsequent journeys showed me that this abominable shelter, as I then thought it, may be taken as a fair average specimen, and many a hearty meal and good sound sleep may be enjoyed under such apparently unpropitious circumstances. There are regular and irregular inns in Korea. The irregular inn differs in nothing from the ordinary hovel of the village roadway, unless it can boast of a yard with troughs, and can provide entertainment for beast as well as for man. The regular inn of the towns and large villages consists chiefly of a filthy courtyard full of holes and heaps, entered from the road by a tumble-down gateway. A gaunt black pig or two tethered by the ears, big yellow dogs routing in the garbage, and fowls, boys, bulls, ponies, mapu, hangers-on, and travellers' loads make up a busy scene. On one or two sides are ramshackle sheds, with rude, hollowed trunks in front, out of which the ponies suck the hot brown slush which sustains their strength and pugnacity. On the other is the furnace shed with the oats where the slush is cooked, the same fire usually heating the flues of the kang floor of the common room, while smaller fires in the same shed cook for the guests. Low lattice doors filled in with torn and dirty paper give access to a room the mud floor of which is concealed by reed mats, usually dilapidated, sprinkled with wooden blocks which serve as pillows. Farming gear and hat boxes often find a place on the low heavy crossbeams. Into this room are crowded mapu, travellers, and servants, the low residuum of Korean travel, for officials and yangbans receive the hospitalities of the nearest magistracy, and the peasants open their houses to anybody with whom they have a passing acquaintance. There is, in all inns of pretensions, however, another room known as the clean room, 8 feet by 6, which, if it existed, I obtained, and if not, I had a room in the women's quarters at the back, remarkable only for its heat and vermin, and the amount of angpaks, bundles of dirty clothes, beans rotting for soy, and other plenishings which it contained, and which reduced its habitable portion to a minimum. At night, a ragged lantern in the yard and a gleam of oil in the room made groping for one's effects possible. The room was always overheated from the pony's fire. From 80 to 85 degrees was the usual temperature, but it was frequently over 92 degrees, and I spent one terrible night sitting at my door because it was 105 degrees within. In this furnace, which heats the floor and the spine comfortably, the Korean wayfarer revels. On arriving at an inn, the master or servant rushes at the mud, or sometimes matted, floor with a whisk, raising a great dust which he sweeps into a corner. The disgusted traveller soon perceives that the heat is animate as well as inanimate, and the groans, sighs, scratchings, and restlessness from the public room show the extent of the insect pest. But I never suffered from vermin in a Korean inn, nor is it necessary. After the landlord had disturbed the dust, Wong put down either 2 heavy sheets of oiled paper or a large sheet of cotton dressed with boiled linseed oil on the floor, and on these arranged my camp bed, chair, and baggage. This arrangement, and I write from 20 months' experience in Korea and China, is a perfect preventative. In most inns, rice, eggs, vegetables, and a few Korean dainties such as soup, vermicelli, dried seaweed, and a paste made of flour, sugar, and oil can be procured, but tea never, and the position of the well, which frequently receives the soakage of the courtyard, precludes a careful traveller from drinking aught but boiled water. At the proper seasons chickens can be purchased for about 4d. each, and pheasants for less. Dog meat is for sale frequently in the spring, and pork occasionally. The charges at Korean inns are ridiculously low. Nothing is charged for the room with its glim and hot floor, but as I took nothing for the good of the house, I paid 100 cash per night, and the same for my room at the midday halt, which gave complete satisfaction. Travelers who eat 3 meals a day spend, including the trifling gratuities, from 200 to 300 cash per diem. Millet takes the place of rice in the northern inns. The Korean inn is not noisy unless wine is flowing freely, and even then the noise subsides early. The fighting of the ponies and the shouts and execrations with which the Mapu pacify them are the chief disturbances till daylight comes and the wayfarers move on. Traveling after dark is contrary to Korean custom. From this slight sketch, the shadows of which will bear frequent and much intensifying, it will be seen that Korean traveling has a very seamy side, that it is entirely unsuited to the globe-trotter, and that even the specialist may do well to count the cost before embarking upon it. To me, the curse of the Korean inn is the ill-bred and unmanageable curiosity of the people, especially of the women. A European woman had not been seen on any part of the journey, and I suffered accordingly. Sarpang Kori may serve as a specimen. My quarters were opposite to the ponies, on the other side of the foul and crowded courtyard. There were 2 rooms, with a space under the roof as large as either between them, on which the dripping baggage was deposited, and Wang established himself with his cooking stove and utensils, though there was nothing to cook except 2 eggs obtained with difficulty, and a little rice left over from the boat stores. My room had 3 paper doors. The unwalled space at once filled up with a crowd of men, women, and children. All the paper was torn off the doors, and a crowd of dirty Mongolian faces took its place. I hung up cambric curtains, but long sticks were produced, and my curtains were poked into the middle of the room. The crowd broke in the doors, and filled the small space not occupied by myself and my gear. The women and children sat on my bed in heaps, examined my clothing, took out my hairpins and pulled down my hair, took off my slippers, drew my sleeves up to the elbow, and pinched my arms to see if they were of the same flesh and blood as their own. They investigated my few possessions minutely, trying on my hat and gloves, and after being turned out by Wong 3 times, returned in fuller force, accompanied by unmarried youths, the only good-looking girls ever seen in Korea, with abundant hair divided in the middle and hanging in long pleats down their backs. The pushing and crushing, the odious familiarity, the babel of voices, and the odors of dirty clothing in a temperature of 80 degrees were intolerable. Wong cleared the room a 4th time, and suggested that when they forced their way in again, they should find me sitting on the bed cleaning my revolver, a suggestion I accepted. He had hardly retired when they broke in again, but there was an immediate stampede, and for the remainder of the evening I was free from annoyance. Similar displays of aggressive and intolerable curiosity occurred 3 times daily, and it was hard to be always amiable under such circumstances. The Koreans travel enormously, considering that they seldom make pilgrimages. The peddlers, who solely supply the markets, are always on the move, and thousands travel for other reasons, such as their gatherings of ancestral tablets, restlessness, ennui, kukyong or sightseeing, visits to tombs, place hunting, literary examinations, place keeping and attempting to deprive others of place, litigation, and business. The fear of tigers and demons prevents people from journeying by night, which is as well, as the bearers of official passports have the right to demand an escort of torchbearers from each village. If necessity compels nocturnal travel, the wayfarers associate themselves in bands, swinging lanterns, waving torches, yelling, and beating gongs. The dread of the tiger is so universal as to warrant the Chinese proverbial saying, "The Korean hunts the tiger 1/2 of the year, and the tiger hunts the Korean the other half." As I have before remarked, the mandarins and yangbans, with their trains, quarter themselves on the magistracies, and eat the fat of the land. Should they be compelled to have recourse to the discomforts of an inn and the food of a village, they appropriate the best of everything without paying for it. Hence the visit of a foreigner armed with a kwanja is such an object of dread that on this land journey I never let it be known that I had one, and on my 2nd journey discarded it altogether, trusting in both to the reputation for scrupulous honesty, which I had once established with my men, to overcome the repugnance which the innkeepers felt to receiving me. The roads along which the traveller rides or trudges at a pace, in either case, of 3 miles an hour, are simply infamous. There are few made roads, and those which exist are deep in dust in summer and in mud in winter, where they are not polished tracks over irregular surfaces and ledges of rock. In most cases they are merely paths worn by the passage of animals and men into some degree of legibility. Many of the streams are unbridged, and most of the bridges, the roadways of which are only of twigs and sod, are carried away by the rains of early July, and are not restored till the middle of October. In some regions traffic has to betake itself to fords or ferries when it reaches a stream, with their necessary risks and detentions. Even on the 6 great roads, which center in the capital, the bridges are apt to be in such a rotten condition that a mapu usually goes over in advance of his horses to ascertain if they will bear their weight. Among the mountains, roads are frequently nothing else than boulder-strewn torrent beds, and on the best, that between Seoul and Chemulpo, during the winter there are tracts on which the mud is from 1 to 3 feet deep. These infamous bridle tracks, of which I have had extensive experience, are one of the great hindrances to the development of Korea. Among the worst part of these is that part of the main road from Seoul to Wonsan, which we followed from Sarpang-Kori for 2 days to Sangnam-dang, where we branched off for the region known as Keum-kang-san, or the Diamond Mountain. The earlier part of this route was through wooded valleys, where lilies of the valley carpeted the ground, and over the very pretty pass of Chu Fa, 1,300 feet, on the top of which is a large spirit shrine, containing some coarsely painted pictures of men who look like Chinese generals, the usual offerings of old shoes, rags, and infinitesimal portions of rice, and a tablet inscribed, "I, the spirit Song An Chi, dwell in this place." There, as at the various trees hung with rags, and the heaps of stones on the tops of passes, the Mapu bowed and expectorated, as is customary at the abodes of demons. More than once we passed not far from houses outside of which the mutang or sorceress, with much feasting, beating of drums, and clashing of cymbals, was exorcising the demon which had caused the sickness of some person within. Portions of the expensive feast prepared on these occasions are offered to the evil spirit, and after the exorcism, part of the food so offered is given to the patient, in the belief that it is a curative medicine, often seriously aggravating the disease, as when a patient suffering from typhoid fever or dysentery is stuffed with pork or kimchi. Recently, a case came under the notice of Dr. Jason, So Chai Pil, in Seoul, in which a man, suffering from the latter malady, died immediately after eating raw turnips, given him by the mutang after being offered to the demons at the usual feast at the ceremony of exorcism. There is much wet rice along the route, as well as dry rice, with a double line of beans between every 2 rows, and in the rice revel and croak large frogs of extreme beauty, vivid green with black velvet spots, the underside of the legs and bodies being cardinal red. These appeared to be the prey of the graceful white and pink ibis, the latter in the intensified flush of his spring coloring. A descent from a second pass leads to the Keumsang-kang, a largish river in a rich agricultural region, and to the village of Panpyong, where they were making in the rudest fashion the great cast-iron pots used for boiling horse food, from iron obtained and smelted 33 li farther north. On 2 successive days there were tremendous thunderstorms. The second succeeded, just as we were at the head of a wild glen, by a brief tornado which nearly blew over the ponies and snapped trees of some size as though they had been matchwood. Then came a profound calm. The clouds lay banked in pink illuminated masses on a sky of tender green, cleft by grey mountain peaks. Mountain torrents boomed, crashed, sparkled, and foamed. The silent woods rejoiced the eye by the vividness of their greenery and their masses of white and yellow blossom, and sweet heavy odors enriched the evening air. On that and several other occasions, I recognized that Korea has its own special beauties, which fix themselves in the memory, but they must be sought for in spring and autumn, and off the beaten track. Dirty and squalid as the villages are, at a little distance their deep-eaved brown roofs, massed among orchards, on gentle slopes, or on the banks of sparkling streams, add color and life to the scenery, and men in their queer white clothes and dress hats, with their firm tread, and bundled-up women, with a shoggling walk and long staffs, brought round with a semicircular swing at every step, are adjuncts which one would not willingly dispense with. Before reaching the Pai-Kiang-Kang, a broad, full river, an affluent of the northern Han, with singularly abrupt turns and perpendicular cliffs of a formation resembling that of the Palisades on the Hudson River, we crossed one of the great lava fields described by Consul Carles. This, which we crossed in a northeasterly direction, is a rough oval about 40 miles by 30, a tableland, in fact, surrounded by a deep chasm where the torrents which encircle it meet the mountains. Its plateaux are from 60 to 100 feet above these streams, which are all affluents of the Han, and are supported on palisades of basalt, exhibiting the prismatic columnar formation in a very striking manner. In some places the lava, which is often covered either with conglomerate or a stiffish clay, is very near the surface, and large blocks of it lie along the streams. It is a most fertile tract, and could support a large population, but, not being suited for rice, is very little cultivated, and grows chiefly oats, millet, and beans, which are not affected by the strong winds. There are 2 dolmens not far from the Pai Kiang Kang. In one, the upper stone is from 7 to 10 feet long, by 7 feet wide, and 7 inches deep, resting on 3 stones 4 feet 2 inches high. The other is somewhat smaller. The openings of both face due north. After crossing the Pai Kiang Kang, there 162 yards wide and 16 feet deep, by a ferryboat of remarkably ingenious construction, rendered necessary by the fact that the long bridge over the broad stream was in ruins, and that the appropriation for its reconstruction had been diverted by the local officials to their own enrichment, we entered the spurs or ribs of the great mountain chain, which, running north and south, divides Korea into 2 very unequal longitudinal portions at the village of Tongku. The scenery became very varied and pretty. Forests clothed many of the hills with a fair blossoming undergrowth untouched by the fuel-gatherer's remorseless hook. Torrents flashed in foam through dark, dense leafage, or bubbled and gurgled out of sight. The little patches of cultivation were boulder-strewn. There were few inhabitants, and the tracks called roads were little better than the stony beds of streams. As they became less and less obvious, and the valleys more solitary, our tergiversations were more frequent and prolonged. The Mapu drove the ponies as fast as they could walk. The fords were many and deep, and 2 of the party were unhorsed in them. Still we hurried on faster and faster. Not a word was spoken, but I knew that the men had tiger on the brain. Blundering through the twilight, it was dark when we reached the lower village of Mari Kei, where we were to halt for the night, 2 miles from the pass of Tan Pa Yong, which was to be crossed the next day. There the villagers could not or would not take us in. They said they had neither rice nor beans, which may have been true so late in the spring. However, it is, or then was, Korean law, that if a village could not entertain travelers, it must convoy them to the next halting place. The Mapu were frantic. They yelled and stormed and banged at the hovels, and succeeded in turning out 4 sleepy peasants who were reinforced by 4 more a little farther on. But the torches were too short, and after sputtering and flaring, went out one by one, and the fresh ones lighted slowly. The Mapu lost their reason. They trashed the torch-bearers with their heavy sticks. I lashed my Mapu with my light whip for doing it. They yelled, they danced. Then things improved. Gloriously glared the pine knots on the leaping crystal torrents that we forded, reddening the white clothes of the men and the stony track and the warm-tinted stems of the pines. And so, with shouts and yells and waving torches, we passed up the wooded glen in the frosty night air, under a firmament of stars, to the mountain hamlet of Upper Mari Kei, consisting of 5 hovels, only 3 of which were inhabited. It is a very forlorn place and very poor, and it was an hour before my party of 8 human beings and 4 ponies were established in its miserable shelter, though even that was welcome after being 11 hours in the saddle. End of section 11. Section 12 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. Bird. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in March 2021. Chapter 11. Diamond Mountain Monasteries. It was a glorious day for the pass of Tan Pa Yong, 1,320 feet above Mari Kei, the western barrier of the Keum-Kang-san region. Mr. Campbell of Her Britannic Majesty's Consular Service One of the few Europeans who has crossed it, in his charming narrative mentions that it is impassable for laden animals, and engaged porters for the ascent. But though the track is nothing better than a torrent bed abounding in great boulders, angular and shelving rocks, and slippery corrugations of entangled tree roots, I rode over the worst part, and my ponies made nothing of carrying the baggage up the rock ladders. The mountainside is covered with luxuriant and odorous vegetation, especially oak, chestnut, hawthorn, varieties of maple, pale pink azalea, and yellow clematis, interspersed with a few distorted pines, primulas and lilies of the valley covering the mossy ground. From the spirit shrine on the summit, a lovely panorama unfolds itself, billows of hilly woodland, gleams of water, wavy outlines of hills, backed by a jagged mountain wall attaining an altitude of over 6,000 feet in the loftiest pinnacle of the Gyeomgang-san. A fair land of promise, truly. But this pass is a Rubicon to him who seeks the Diamond Mountain with the intention of immuring himself for life in one of its many monasteries. For its name, Tan-pa, crop hair, was bestowed on it early in the history of Korean Buddhism for a reason which remains. There, those who have chosen the cloister emphasize their abandonment of the world by cutting off the top knot of married dignity or the heavy braid of bachelorhood. The eastern descent of the Tan-pa-ryong is by a series of zigzags, through woods and a profusion of varied and magnificent ferns. A long day followed of ascents and descents, deep fords of turbulent streams, valley villages with terrace cultivation of buckwheat, and glimpses of grey rock needles through pine and persimmon groves, and in the late afternoon, after struggling through a rough ford in which the water was halfway up the sides of the ponies, we entered a gorge and struck a smooth, broad, well-made road, the work of the monks, which traverses a fine forest of pines and firs above a booming torrent. Towards evening, the hills swung open to the light. Through the parting branches there were glimpses of granite walls and peaks reddening into glory. Red streams glowing in the slant sunbeams lighted up the blue gloom of the corniferae. There were glints of foam from the loud-tongued torrent below. The dew fell heavily, laden with aromatic odors of pines, and as the valley narrowed again and the blue shadows fell, the picture was as fair as one could hope to see. The monks, though road makers, are not bridge builders, and there were difficult fords to cross, through which the ponies were left to struggle by themselves, the mapu crossing on single logs. In the deep water I discovered that its temperature was almost icy. The worst ford is at the point where the first view of Chang Ansar, the Temple of Eternal Rest, the oldest of the Gyeomgang-san monasteries, is obtained, a great pile of temple buildings with deep curved roofs in a glorious situation, crowded upon a small grassy plateau in one of the narrowest parts of the gorge, where the mountains fall back a little and afford Buddhism a peaceful shelter, secluded from the outer world by snow for 4 months of the year. Crossing the torrent and passing under a lofty Hongsal-mun or Red Arrow Gate, significant in Korea of the patronage of royalty, we were at once among the Chang-Ansar buildings, which consist of temples large and small, a stage for religious dramas, bell and tablet houses, stables for the ponies of wayfarers, cells, dormitories, and a refectory for the abbot and monks, quarters for servants and neophytes, huge kitchens, a large guest hall, and a nunnery. Besides these, there are quarters devoted to the lame, halt, blind, infirm, and solitary, to widows, orphans, and the destitute. These guests, numbering 100, seemed well treated. Between monks, servants, and boys preparing for the priesthood, there may be 100 more, and 20 nuns of all ages, from girlhood up to 87 years. This large number of persons is supported by the rent and produce of church lands outside the mountains, the contributions of pilgrims and guests, the monies collected by the monks, who all go on mendicant expeditions, even up to the gates of Seoul, which at that time it was death for any priest to enter, and benefactions from the late queen, which had become increasingly liberal. The first impression of the plateau was that it was a woodyard on a large scale. Great logs and piles of planks were heaped under the stately pines, and under a superb Salisburia adiantifolia, 17 feet in girth. 40 carpenters were sawing, planing, and hammering, and 40 or 50 laborers were hauling in logs to the music of a wild chant, for mendicant effort had been resorted to energetically, with the result that the great temple was undergoing repairs, almost amounting to a reconstruction. Of the 45 monasteries and monastic shrines which exist in the Diamond Mountain, enhancing its picturesqueness and supplying it with a religious and human interest, Chang Ansar may be taken as a fair specimen of the three largest, as it is undoubtedly the oldest, assuming the correctness of a historical record quoted by Mr. Campbell, which gives the date of its restoration by two monks, Yul Sa and Chin Hyo, as AD 515, in the reign of Pop Heung, a king of Shilla, then the most important of the kingdoms, afterwards amalgamated as Korea. The large temple is a fine old building of the type adapted from Chinese Buddhist architecture, oblong, with a heavy tiled roof 48 feet in height, with wings, deep eaves protecting masses of richly colored wood carving. The lofty reticulated roof is internally supported on an arrangement of heavy beams, elaborately carved and painted in rich colors. The panels of the doors, which serve as windows and let in a dim religious light, are bold fretwork, decorated in colors enriched with gold. The roofs of the actual shrines are supported on wooden pillars 3 feet in diameter, formed of single trees, and the paneled ceilings are embellished with intricate designs in colors and gold. In one, Shakyamuni's image, with a distinctly Hindu cast of countenance and a look of ineffable abstraction, sits under a highly decorative reticulated wooden canopy, with an altar before it, on which are brass incense burners, books of prayer, and lists of those deceased persons for whose souls masses have been duly paid for. Much rich brocade, soiled and dusty, and many gone falons hang round this shrine. The Hall of the Four Sages contains 3 Buddhas in different attitudes of abstraction or meditation, a picture, wonderfully worked in gold and silks in Chinese embroidery, of Buddha and his disciples, for which the monks claim an antiquity of 14 centuries, and 16 lohans with their attendants. Along the sidewalks are a host of demons and animals. Another striking shrine is that dedicated to the lord of the Buddhistic hell and his 10 princes. The monks call it the Temple of the 10 Judges. This is a shrine of great resort, and is much blackened by the smoke of incense and candles, but the infernal torments depicted in the pictures at the back of each judge are only too conspicuous. They are horrible beyond conception, and show a diabolical genius in hellish art, akin to that which inspired the creation of the groups in the Inferno of the temple of Kuan Yin at Tinghai on Chusan, familiar to some of my readers. Besides the ecclesiastical buildings and the common guest room, there are government buildings marked with the Korean national emblem, for the use of officials who go up to Chang An-sa for pleasure. It was difficult for me to find accommodation, but eventually a very pleasing young priest of high rank gave up his cell to me. Unfortunately, it was next the guest's kitchen, and the flues from the fires passing under it I was baked in a temperature of 91 degrees, although, in spite of warnings about tigers, the dangers from which are by no means imaginary, I kept both door and window open all night. The cell had for its furniture a shrine of Gautama and an image of Kuan Yin on a shelf, and a few books which I learned were Buddhist classics, not volumes, as in a cell which I occupied later, full of pictures by no means inculcating holiness. In the next room, equally hot, and without a chink open for ventilation, 30 guests moaned and tossed all night, a single candle dimly lighting a picture of Buddha and the dusty and hideous ornaments on the altar below. At 9 p.m., midnight, and again at 4 a.m., which is the hour at which the monks rise, bells were rung, cymbals and gongs were beaten, and the praises of Buddha were chanted in an unknown tongue. A feature at once cheerful and cheerless is the presence at Chang Ansar of a number of bright, active orphan boys from 10 to 13 years old, who are at present servitors, but who will one day become priests. It is an exercise of forbearance to abstain from writing much about the beauties of Chang Ansar as seen in 2 days of perfect heavenliness. It is a calm retreat, that small, green, semicircular plateau which the receding hills have left, walling in the back and sides with rocky precipices half clothed with forest, while the bridgeless torrent in front, raging and thundering among huge boulders of pink granite, secludes it from all but the adventurous. Alike in the rose of sunrise, in the red and gold of sunset, or gleaming steely blue in the prosaic glare of midday, the great rock peak on the left bank, one of the highest in the range, compels ceaseless admiration. The appearance of its huge vertical topmost ribs has been well compared to that of the pipes of an organ, this organ pipe formation being common in the range. Seams and ledges halfway down give root-hold to a few fantastic conifers and azaleas, and lower still all suggestion of form is lost among dense masses of magnificent forest. As I proposed to take a somewhat different route from Yu-chom-sa, the first temple on the eastern slope, from that traversed by my predecessors, the Honorable G.W. Curzon and Mr. Campbell, I left the ponies and baggage at Chang-an-sa, the Mapu, who were bent on Ku-kyong, accompanying me for part of the distance, and took a 5 days' journey in the glorious Keum-kang-san in unrivaled weather, in air which was elixir, crossing the range to Yu-chom-sa by the An-mun-chai, Goose Gate Terrace, 4,215 feet in altitude, and recrossing it by the Ki-cho, 3,570 feet. Taking 2 coolies to carry essentials and a na-myo or mountain chair with 2 bearers for the whole journey, all supplied by the monks, I walked the first stage to the monasteries of Pyo-un-sa and Changyang-sa, the latter at an elevation of about 2,760 feet. From it the view, which passes for the grandest in Korea, is obtained of the 12,000 peaks. There is assuredly no single view that I have seen in Japan or even in western China which equals it for beauty and grandeur. Across the grand gorge through which the Chang-an-sa torrent thunders, and above primeval tiger-haunted forests with their infinity of green, rises the central ridge of the Keum-kang-san, jagged all along its summit, each yellow granite pinnacle being counted as a peak. On that enchanting May evening, when odors of paradise, the fragrant breath of 1,000,000 flowering shrubs and trailers, of bursting buds and unfolding ferns, rose into the cool dewy air, and the silence could be felt, I was not inclined to enter a protest against Korean exaggeration, on the ground that the number of peaks is probably nearer 1,200 than 12,000. Each yellow granite pinnacle being counted as a peak. On that enchanting May evening, when odors of paradise, the fragrant breath of a million flowering shrubs and trailers, of bursting buds and unfolding ferns, rose into the cool, dewy air, and the silence could be felt, I was not inclined to enter a protest against Korean exaggeration, on the ground that the number of peaks is probably nearer 1,200 than 12,000. Their yellow granite pinnacles, weathered into silver gray, rose up cold, stern, and steely blue from the glorious forests which drape their lower heights, winter above and summer below, then purpled into red as the sun sank, and gleamed above the twilight, till each glowing summit died out as lamps which are extinguished one by one, and the whole took on the ashy hue of death. The situation of Pyo-un-sa is romantic on the right bank of the torrent, and is approached by a bridge and by passing under several roofed gateways. The monastery had been newly rebuilt, and is one mass of fretwork, carving, gilding, and color, the whole decoration being the work of the monks. The front of the Temple of the Believing Mind is a magnificent piece of bold wood carving, the motive being the peony. Every part of the building which is not stone or tile is carved, and decorated in blue, red, white, green, and gold. It may be barbaric, but it is barbaric splendor. There too is a Temple of Judgment, with hideous representations of the Buddhist hells, one scene being the opening of the books in which the deeds of men's mortal lives are written. The 50 monks of Pyo-un-sa were very friendly and non-impecunious. One gave up to me his own oven-like cell, but repaid himself for the sacrifice by indulging in ceaseless staring. The wind bells of the establishment and the big bell have a melody in their tones such as I have rarely heard, and when at 4 a.m. bells of all sizes and tones announced that prayer is better than sleep, there was nothing about the sounds to jar on the pure freshness of morning. The monks are well dressed and jolly, and have a well-to-do air which clashes with any pretensions to asceticism. The rule of these monasteries is a strict vegetarianism, which allows neither milk nor eggs, and in the whole region there are neither fowls nor domestic animals. Not to wound the prejudices of my hosts, I lived on tea, rice, honey water, edible pine nuts, and a most satisfying combination of pine nuts and honey. After a light breakfast on these delicacies, the sub-abbot took me to see his grandmother, a very bright, pleasing woman of 80, who came from Seoul 13 years ago and built a house within the monastery grounds in order to die in its quiet blessedness. There I had to eat a second ethereal meal, and the hospitable hostess forced on me a pot of exquisite honey and a bag of pine nuts. These, the product of the Pinus pinea, which grows profusely throughout the range, furnish an important and nutritious article of monkish diet, and are exported in quantities as a luxury. They are rich and very oily, and turn rancid soon after being shelled. The honey is also locally produced. The beehives, which usually stand two together in cavities in the rocks, are hollow logs with clay covers mounted on blocks of wood or stone. Leaving this friendly hostess and the 7 nuns of the nunnery behind, the sub-abbot showed me the direction in which to climb, for road there is none, and at parting presented me with a fan. A visit to the Gyeomgang-san elevates a Korean into the distinguished position of a traveler, and many a young resident of Seoul gains this fashionable reputation. It is not as containing shrines of pilgrimage, For most Koreans despise Buddhism and its shaven mendicant priests, that these mountains are famous in Korea, but for their picturesque beauties, much celebrated in Korean poetry. The broad backbone of the peninsula, which has trended near to the east coast from Pukchong southwards, has degenerated into tameness, when suddenly Keumkang-san, or the Diamond Mountain, with its elongated mass of serrated, jagged, and inaccessible peaks, and magnificent primeval forest, occupying an area of about 35 miles in length by 22 in breadth, starts off from it near the 39th parallel of latitude in the province of Gangwon. Buddhism, which, as in Japan, possesses itself of the fairest spots in nature, fixed itself in this romantic seclusion as early as the 6th century A.D., and the venerable relics of the time, when for 1,000 years it was the official as well as the popular cult of the country, are chiefly to be found in the recesses of this mountain region, where the same faith, though now discredited, disestablished, and despised, still attracts a certain number of votaries, and a fair larger number of visitors and so-called pilgrims who resort to the shrines to indulge in kukyong, a Korean term which covers pleasure-seeking, sightseeing, the indulgence of curiosity, and much else. So far as I have been able to learn, there are only two routes by which the Keumkang-san can be penetrated. The one which, after following the bed of a singularly rough torrent, crosses the watershed at Anmunchai, and on or near which the principal monasteries and shrines are situated, and the Ki-cho, a lower and less interesting pass. Both routes start from Chang Ansar. The 42 shrines are the headquarters of about 400 monks and about 50 nuns, who add to their religious exercises the weaving of cotton and hempen cloth. The lay servitors possibly number 1,000. The 4 great monasteries, 2 on the eastern and 2 on the western slope, absorb more than 300 of the whole number. All except the high monastic officials beg through the country, alms bowl in hand, the only distinctive features of their dress being a very peculiar hat and the rosary. They chant the litanies of Buddha from house to house, and there are few who deny them food and lodging, and a few cash or a little rice. The monasteries are presided over by what we should call abbots, superiors of the first or second class according to the importance of the establishment. These Chongsop and Son-tong are nominally elected annually, but actually continue in office for years, unless their conduct gives rise to dissatisfaction. Beyond the confirmation of the election of the Chongsop of those monasteries which possess a red arrow gate by the Board of Rites at Seoul, the disestablished church appears to be quite free from state interference. In the case of restoring and rebuilding shrines, large sums are collected in Seoul and the southern provinces, though faith in Buddhism as a creed rarely exists. On making inquiries through Mr. Miller as to the way in which the number of monks is kept up, I learned that the majority are either orphans or children whose parents have given them to the monasteries at a very early age, owing to poverty. These are more or less educated and trained by the monks. It must be supposed that among the number there are a few who escape from the weariness and friction of secular life into a region in which seclusion and devotion are possible. Of this type was the pale and interesting young priest who gave up his room to me at Chang Ansar, and 2 who accompanied us to Yu-chom-sa, one of whom chanted Namu Amitabu nearly the whole day as he journeyed, telling a bead on his rosary for each 10 repetitions. Mr. Miller asked him what the words meant. "Just letters," he replied. "They have no meaning, but if you say them many times you will get to heaven better." Then he gave Mr. Miller the rosary and taught him the mystic syllables, saying, "Now you keep the beads, say the words, and you will go to heaven." Among the younger priests several seemed in earnest. Others make the monasteries, as is largely the case with the celebrated shrines of Kuan Yin on the Chinese island of Putu, a refuge from justice or creditors. Some remain desiring peaceful indolence, and not a few are vowed and tonsured who came simply to view the scenery of the Keumkan-san and were too much enchanted to leave it. As to the moribund Buddhism, which has found its most secluded retreat in these mountains, it is overlaid with demonolatry, and like that of China, is smothered under a host of semi-deified heroes. Of the lofty aims and aspirations after righteousness which distinguish the great reforming sects of Japan, such as the Monto, it knows nothing. The monks are grossly ignorant and superstitious. They know nearly nothing of the history and tenets of their own creed, or of the purport of their liturgies, which to most of them are just letters, the ceaseless repetition of which constitutes merit. Though some of them know Chinese, and this knowledge means education in Korea, worship consists in the mumbling or loud intoning of Sanskrit or Tibetan phrases, of the meaning of which they have no conception. My impression of most of the monks was that their religious performances are absolutely without meaning to them, and that belief, except among a few, does not exist. The Koreans universally attribute to them gross profligacy, of the existence of which at one of the large monasteries it was impossible not to become aware, but between their romantic and venerable surroundings, the order and quietness of their lives, their benevolence to the old and destitute, who find a peaceful asylum with them, and in the main their courtesy and hospitality, I am compelled to admit that they exercise a certain fascination, and that I prefer to remember their virtues rather than their faults. My sympathies go out to them for their appreciation of the beautiful, and for the way in which religious art has assisted nature by the exceeding picturesqueness of the positions and decoration of their shrines. The route from Chang-an-sa to Yuchom-sa, about 11 miles, is mainly the rough beds of two great mountain torrents. Along this, in romantic positions, are three large monasteries, Pyo-un-sa, Mahali-an-sa, and Yuchom-sa, besides a number of smaller shrines, with from 2 to 5 attendants each, one especially, Potok-am-sa, dedicated to Kuan Yin, picturesque beyond description, a fantastic temple built out from the face of a cliff at a height of 100 feet and supported below the center by a pillar, round which a blossoming white clematis and an Ampelopsis veitchiana, in the rose flush of its spring leafage, had entwined their lavish growth. No quadruped can travel this route farther than Chang-an-sa. Coolies, very lightly laden, and chair-bearers carrying a nam-yo, two long poles with a slight seat in the middle, a noose of rope for the feet, and light uprights bound together with a wisteria rope to support the back, can be used, but the occupant of the chair has to walk much of the way. The torrent bed contracts above Chang-an-sa, opens out here and there, and above Pyo-un-sa narrows into a gash, only opening out again at the foot of the Anmun-chai. Surely the beauty of that 11 miles is not much exceeded anywhere on earth. Colossal cliffs, upbearing mountains, forests and gray gleaming peaks, rifted to give roothold to pines and maples, oft-times contracting till the blue heaven above is narrowed to a strip, boulders of pink granite 40 and 50 feet height, pines on their crests and ferns and lilies in their crevices, round which the clear waters swirl before sliding down over smooth surfaces of pink granite to rest a while in deep pink pools where they take a more brilliant than an emerald green with the flashing luster of a diamond, rocks and ledges over which the crystal stream dashes in drifts of foam, shelving rock surfaces on which the decorative Chinese characters, the laborious work of pilgrims, afford the only foothold, slides steeper still made passable for determined climbers by holes drilled by the monks and fitted with pegs and rails, rocks with bas-reliefs or small shrines of Buddha draped with flowering trailers, a cliff with a bas-relief of Buddha 45 feet high on a pedestal 30 feet broad, rocks carved into lanterns and altars, whose harsh outlines are softened by mosses and lichens, and above, huge timber and fantastic peaks rising into the summer heaven's delicious blue. A description can be only a catalogue. The actuality was intoxicating, a canyon on the grandest scale, with every element of beauty present. This route cannot be traversed in European shoes. In Korean string footgear, however, I never slipped once. There was much jumping from boulder to boulder, much winding round rocky projections, clinging to their irregularities with scarcely foothold, and one's back to the torrent far below, and much leaping over deep crevices and walking tightrope fashion over rails. Wherever the traveler has to leave the difficulties of the torrent bed, he encounters those of slippery sloping rocks, which he has to traverse by hanging on to tree trunks. Our two priestly companions were most polite to me, giving me a hand at the dangerous places, and beguiling the way by legends, chiefly Buddhistic, concerning every fantastic and abnormal rock and pool, such as the Myo-kil Sang, the colossal figure of Buddha referred to before, a pothole in the granite bed of the stream, the wash basin of some mythical bodhisattva, the fire dragon pool, and the bathing places of dragons in the fantastic Man Pong Tong, grotto of myriad cascades, and the lion stone which repelled the advance of the Japanese invaders in 1592. Beyond the third monastery, the gorge becomes wider and less fantastic, the forest thinner, allowing scattered glimpses of the sky, and finally some long zigzags take the traveler up to the open grassy summit of the Anmun Chai, on which plums, pears, cherries, blush azaleas, and pink rhododendrons, which had long ceased blooming below, were in their first flush of beauty. To the west, the difficult country of the previous week's journey, grey granite, deep valleys, and tiger-haunted forest, faded into a veil of blue, and in the east, over diminishing forest-covered ranges, gleamed the blue sea of Japan, more than 4,000 feet below. On the eastern descent there are gigantic pines and firs, some of them ruthlessly barked, and the long dependent streamers of the gray-green Lycopodium sieboldi, with which they are festooned, give the forest a funereal aspect. Of this, the peculiar fringed hats are made which are worn on occasion by both monks and nuns. After many downward zigzags, the track enters another rocky gorge with a fine torrent, in the bed of which are huge potholes, shown as the bathing places of dragons, whose habits must have been much cleanlier than those of the present inhabitants of the land. The great monastery of Yuchom Sa, with its many curved roofs and general look of newness and wealth, is approached by crossing a very tolerable bridge. The road, which passes through a well-kept burial ground, where the ashes of the pious and learned abbots of several centuries repose under more or less stately monuments, was much encumbered near the monastery by great pine logs newly hewn for its restoration, which was being carried out on a very expensive scale. The monks made a difficulty about receiving us, and it was not till after some delay, and the production of my Kwan Ja, that we were allotted rooms in the government buildings for the 2 days of our halt. After this small difficulty, they were unusually kind and friendly, and one of the young priests, who came over the Anmun Chai with us, offered Mr. Miller the use of his cell on Sunday, saying that it would be a quieter place than the great room to study his belief. I had hoped for rest and quiet on the following day, having had rather a hard week, but these were unattainable. Besides 70 monks and 20 nuns, there were nearly 200 lay servitors and carpenters, and all were bent upon Gojong, the first European woman to visit the Keumkang-san being regarded as a great sight, and from early morning till late at night there was no rest. The Kang floor of my room being heated from the kitchen, it was too hot to exist with the paper front closed, and the crowds of monks, nuns, and servitors, finishing with the carpenters who crowded in whenever it was opened, and hung there hour after hour, nearly suffocated me, the day being very warm. The abbot and several senior monks discussed with Mr. Miller the merits of rival creeds, saying that the only difference between Buddhists and ourselves is that they don't kill even the smallest insect, while we disregard what we call animal life, and that we don't look upon monasticism and other forms of asceticism as means of salvation. They admitted that among their priests there are more who live in known sin than strivers after righteousness. There are many bright, busy boys about Yuchom-sa, most of whom had already had their heads shaved. To one who had not, Che-on-i gave a piece of chicken, but he refused it because he was a Buddhist, on which an objectionable-looking old sneak of a priest told him that it was all right to eat it so long as no one saw him, but the boy persisted in his refusal. At midnight, being awakened by the boom of the great bell and the disorderly and jarring clang of innumerable small ones, I went, at the request of the friendly young priest, our fellow traveller, to see him perform the devotions, which are taken in turn by the monks. The great bronze bell, an elaborate piece of casting of the 14th century, stands in a rude, wooden, clay-floored tower by itself. A dim paper lantern on a dusty rafter barely lighted up the white-robed figure of the devotee, as he circled the bell, chanting in a most musical voice a Sanskrit litany, of whose meaning he was ignorant, striking the bosses of the bell with a knot of wood as he did so. Half an hour passed thus. Then, taking a heavy mallet, and passing to another chant, he circled the bell with a greater and ever-increasing passion of devotion, beating its bosses heavily and rhythmically, faster and faster, louder and louder, ending by producing a burst of frenzied sound, which left him for a moment exhausted. Then, seizing the swinging beam, the 3 full tones which end the worship, and which are produced by striking the bell on the rim, which is 8 inches thick, and on the middle, which is very thin, made the tower and the ground vibrate, and boomed up and down the valley with their unforgettable music. Of that young monk's sincerity I have not one doubt. He led us to the great temple, a vast chamber of imagery, where a solitary monk chanted before an altar in the light from a solitary lamp in an alabaster bowl, accompanying his chant by striking a small bell with a deer horn. The dim light left cavernous depths of shadow in the temple, from which eyes and teeth, weapons and arms and legs of otherwise invisible gods and devils showed uncannily. Behind the altar is a rude and monstrous piece of wood carving representing the upturned roots of a tree, among which 53 idols are sitting and standing. As well by daylight as in the dimness of midnight, there are an uncouthness and power about this gigantic representation which are very impressive. Below the carving are 3 frightful dragons, on whose faces the artist has contrived to impress an expression of torture and defeat. The legend of the altarpiece runs thus. When 53 priests come to Korea from India to introduce Buddhism, they reached this place, and, being weary, sat down by a well under a spreading tree. Presently 3 dragons came up from the well and began a combat with the Buddhists, in the course of which they called up a great wind which tore up the tree. Not to be outmaneuvered, each priest placed an image of Buddha on a root of the tree, turning it into an altar. Finally, the priests overcome the dragons, forced them into the well, and piled great rocks on the top of it to keep them there, founded the monastery, and built this temple over the dragon's grave. On either side of this unique altarpiece is a bouquet of peonies 4 feet wide by 10 feet high. The private apartments of this and the other monasteries consist of a living room and very small single cells, each with the shrine of its occupant, and all very clean. It must be remembered, however, that this easy, peaceful, luxurious life only lasts for a part of the year, and that all but a few of the monks must make an annual tramp, wallet and begging bowl in hand, over rough, miry, or dusty Korean roads, put up with vile and dirty accommodation, beg for their living from those who scorn their tonsure and their creed, and receive low talk from the lowest in the land. Just before we left, the old abbot invited us into his very charming suite of rooms, and with graceful hospitality prepared a repast for us with his own hands: square cakes of rich, oily pine nuts glued together with honey, thin cakes of popped rice and honey, sweet cake, Chinese sweetmeat, honey, and bowls of honey water with pine nuts floating on its surface. The oil of these nuts certainly supplied the place of animal food during my enforced abstinence from it, but rich vegetable oil and honey soon pall on the palate, and the abbot was concerned that we did not do justice to our entertainment. The general culture produced by Buddhism at these monasteries, and the hospitality, consideration, and gentleness of deportment contrast very favorably with the arrogance, superciliousness, insolence, and conceit which I have seen elsewhere in Korea among the so-called followers of Confucius. When we departed, all the monks and laborers bade us a courteous farewell, some of the older priests accompanying us for a short distance. After descending the slope by the well-made road which leads down to the large monastery of Sin-kye-sa, at the northeast foot of the Gyeomgang-san, we left it for a rough and difficult westerly track, which, after affording some bright gleams of the Sea of Japan, enters dense forest full of great boulders and magnificent specimens of the Felix mas and Osmunda regalis. A severe climb up and down an irregular, broken staircase of rock took us over the Ki-cho Pass, 3,700 feet in altitude, after which there is a tedious march of some hours along bare and unpicturesque mountain-sides before reaching the well-made path which leads through pine woods to the beautiful plateau of Chang Ansar. The young priest had kept our baggage carefully, but the heat of his floor had melted the candles in the boxes and had turned candy into molasses, making havoc among photographic materials at the same time. End of section 12. Section 13 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avayi in April 2021. Chapter 12. Along the Coast, Part 1. On leaving Chang'an-sa for Wonsan, we retraced our route as far as Kalron-gi, and afterwards crossed the Makpai Pass, from which there is a grand view of the Gyeomgang-san. much of a somewhat tedious day was spent in crossing a rolling elevated plateau, bordered by high denuded hills, on which the potato flourishes at a height of 2,500 feet. The soil is very fertile, but not being suited to rice, is very little occupied. Crossing the Saikal Chai, 2,200 feet in altitude, the infamous road descends on a beautiful alluvial valley, a rich farming country, sprinkled with hamlets and surrounded by pretty hills wooded with scrub oak, which in the spring is very largely used for fertilizing rice fields. The branches are laid on the inundated surface till the leaves rot off, and they are then removed for fuel. In this innocent-looking valley the tiger scare was in full force. A tiger, the people said, had carried off a woman the previous week, and a dog and pig the previous night. It seemed incredible, yet there was a consensus of evidence. Tigers are occasionally trapped in that region by baiting a pit with a dog or pig, and the ensnared animal is destroyed by poison or hunger to avoid injury to the skin, which, if it is that of a fine animal, is very valuable. A man is not the least ashamed of saying that he has not nerve or pluck for tiger hunting, which in Korea is a dangerous game, for the hunters are stationed at the head of a gorge, usually behind brushwood, and sometimes behind rocks, the big game, tigers and leopards, being driven up towards them by large bodies of men. When one realizes that the arms used are matchlocks lighted by slow matches from cords wound round the arm, and that the charge consists of 3 imperfectly rounded balls the size of a pea, and that, owing to the thickness of the screen behind which the hunters are posted, the game is only sighted when quite close upon them, one ceases to wonder at the reluctance of the village peasants to turn out in pursuit of a man-eater, even though the bones bring a very high price as Chinese medicine. We put up at the only inn in the region. It had no clean room, but the landlord's wife gave up hers to me on condition that I would not keep the door open for fear of a tiger. The temperature was 93 degrees, and to secure a little ventilation and yet keep my promise, I tore the paper off the latticework of the door. Mr. Miller described his circumstances thus: I went to sleep in the yard, but the host would not let me for fear of tigers, so I had to sleep in a room 8 feet by 10, with a hot floor, with 7 other men, a cat, and a bird. By tearing the paper off a window near my head, I saved myself from death by suffocation, and could have had a good night's rest had not the 4 horses been crowded into 2 stalls in the kitchen. They found their quarters so close that they squealed, kicked, bit, and fought all night, and their drivers helped them to make night hideous by their yelling. Nobody slept, and I had my full share of the unrest and disturbance, a bad preparation for an 11 hours' ride on the next day, which was fiercely hot, as were the remaining 6 days of the journey. The road from this lofty tiger-haunted valley to the sea level at Chung Tai is for the most part through valleys very sparsely peopled. Much forest land, however, was being cleared for the planting of cotton, and the peasant farmers are energetic enough to carry their cultivation to a height of 2,000 feet. On nearly the whole of this journey I estimated that the land is capable of supporting double its present population. At Hoa Chung, a prettily situated marketplace, a student who had successfully passed the literary examination of the Kwaga in Seoul, surrounded by a crowd in bright-colored, festive clothing, was celebrating his return by sacrificing at his father's grave. On the various roads, there were many processions escorting village students home from the great competition in the royal presence at the capital, the student in colored clothes, on a gaily caparisoned horse or ass, with music and flags in front of him, and friends, gaily dressed, walking beside him. On approaching his village, he was met with flags and music, the headman and villagers, even the women in gay apparel, going out to welcome him. After this success, he was entitled to erect a tall pole with a painted dragon upon it in front of his house. Success was, however, very costly, and often hung the millstone of debt round a man's neck for the remainder of his life. After passing, the student became eligible for official position, the sole object of ambition to an educated Korean. At Hwa-chung we turned eastwards and took the main road to the coast, attaining an altitude, uncorrected, of 3,117 feet by continued ascents over rounded hills, which, when not absolutely bare except for coarse, unlovely grasses, only produced stunted hazel bush. After this, an easy ascent among absolutely denuded hills leads up to a spirit shrine of more than usual importance, crowded with the customary worthless ex votos, rags, and old straw shoes. At that point, the road makes an altogether unexpected and surprising plunge over the bare shoulders of a bare hill into paradise. This pass of the 99 turns, Chu-chi-chang, deserves its name, the number of sharp zigzags not being exaggerated, as in the case of the 12,000 peaks. It is so absolutely rocky, and so difficult in consequence, that it is more passable in snow than in summer. Its abrupt turns lead down a forest-clothed mountain ridge into a magnificent gorge, densely wooded with oak, Spanish chestnut, weeping lime, Abies excelsa, and magnolia, looped together with the white millefleur rose. On the northern side rises Hoang-chong-san, a noble mountain and conspicuous landmark, much broken up into needles and precipices, and clothed nearly to its summit with forests, of which the Pinus sylvestris is the monarch. The descent of the pass takes 1 hour and a half, the road coming down upon a torrent 50 feet wide, only visible in glints of foam here and there, amid its smothering overgrowth of blossoming magnolia, syringa, and roses. The filthy, miserable hamlet of Chung-tai, composed of 5 hovels, all inns, was rather a comfortless close to a fatiguing day. These houses are roofed, as in some other villages, with thick slabs of wood heaped on each other, kept on, so far as they are kept on, by big stones. The forest above on the mountains is a royal reservation, made so by the first king of this dynasty, who built stone walls round the larger trees. I had occasion to notice at Chung-tai, and in many other places, the extreme voracity of the Koreans. They eat not to satisfy hunger, but to enjoy the sensation of repletion. The training for this enjoyment begins at a very early age, as I had several opportunities of observing. A mother feeds her young child with rice, and when it can eat no more in an upright position, lays it on its back on her lap and feeds it again, tapping its stomach from time to time with a flat spoon to ascertain if further cramming is possible. The child is father to the man, and the adult Korean shows that he has reached a desirable stage of repletion by eructations, splutterings, slapping his stomach, and groans of satisfaction, looking round with a satisfied air. A quart of rice, which when cooked is of great bulk, is a labourer's meal, but besides there are other dishes which render its insipidity palatable. Among them are pounded capsicum, soy, various native sauces of abominable odors, kimchi, a species of sauerkraut, seaweed, saltfish, and salted seaweed fried in batter. The very poor only take 2 meals a day, but those who can afford it take 3 and 4. In this respect of voracity, all classes are alike. The great merit of a meal is not so much quality as quantity, and from infancy onwards one object in life is to give the stomach as much capacity and elasticity as is possible, so that 4 pounds of rice daily may not incommode it. People in easy circumstances drink wine and eat great quantities of fruit, nuts, and confectionery in the intervals between meals, yet are as ready to tackle the next food as though they had been starving for a week. In well-to-do houses, beef and dog are served on large trenchers, and as each guest has its separate table, a host can show generosity to this or that special friend without helping others to more than is necessary. I have seen Koreans eat more than 3 pounds of solid meat at one meal. Large as a portion is, it is not unusual to see a Korean eat 3 and even 4, and when people abstain from these excesses, it may generally be assumed that they are too poor to indulge in them. It is quite common to see from 20 to 25 peaches or small melons disappear at a single sitting, and without being peeled. There can be no doubt that the enormous consumption of red pepper, which is supplied even to infants, helps this gluttonous style of eating. It is not surprising that dyspepsia and kindred evils are very common among Koreans. The Korean is omnivorous. Dog meat is in great request at certain seasons, and dogs are extensively bred for the table. Pork, beef, fish, raw, dried, and salted, the intestines of animals, all birds and game, no part being rejected, are eaten. A baked fowl with its head, claws, and interior intact being the equivalent of the fatted calf. Cooking is not always essential. On the Han I saw men taking fish off the hook, and after plunging them into a pot of red pepper sauce, eating them at once with their bones. Wheat, barley, maize, millet, the Irish and sweet potato, oats, peas, beans, rice, radishes, turnips, herbs, and wild leaves and roots innumerable, seaweed, shrimps, pastry made of flour, sugar, and oil, kimchi, on the making of which the whole female population of the middle and lower classes is engaged in November, a homemade vermicelli of buckwheat flour and white of egg, largely made up into a broth, soups, dried persimmons, sponge cakes, cakes of the edible pine nut and honey, of flour, sugar, and sesamum seeds, onions, garlic, lily bulbs, chestnuts, and very much else are eaten. Oil of sesamum is largely used in cooking, as well as vinegar, soy, and other sauces of pungent and objectionable odors, the basis of most of them being capsicums and fermented rotten beans. The magistracy of Tongchon, where we halted the next day at noon, and where the curiosity of the people was absolutely suffocating, is a town sheltered from the sea, which is within 2 miles, by a high ridge, and is situated prettily in a double fold of hills, remarkable for the artistic natural grouping of very grand pines. At this point a spell of the most severe heat of the year set in, and the remainder of the journey was accomplished in a temperature ranging from 89 degrees to 100 degrees in the shade, and seldom falling below 80 degrees at night, phenomenal heat for the first days of June. Taking advantage of it, the whole male population was in the fields rice planting. Rice valleys, reaching the unusual magnitude for Korea of from 3 to 7 miles in breadth, and from 6 to 14 miles in length, sloping gently to the sea, with innumerable villages on the slopes of the hills which surround them, were numerous. Among them I saw, for the only time, reservoirs for the storage of water for irrigation. The pink ibis and the spotted green frog were abundant everywhere. The country there has a look of passable prosperity, but the people are kept at a low level by official exactions. On this coast of Gongwon-do are the Palkyong, or 8 Views, which are of much repute in Korea. We passed 2 of them. Suchong-dai, the place between the waters, is a narrow strip of elevated white sand with the long roll of the Pacific on the east and the gentle plash of a lovely freshwater lake on the west. This lake of Ma-cha-tong, the only body of fresh water which I saw in Korea, about 6 miles in length by 2 in breadth, has mountainous shores much broken by bays and inlets, at the head of each of which is a village half hidden among trees in the folds of the hills, while wooded conical islets break the mirror of the surface. On the white barrier of sand there are some fine specimens of the red-stemmed Pinus sylvestris, with a carpet of dwarf crimson roses and pink lilies. Among the mountain forests are leopards, tigers, and deer, and the call of the pheasant and the cooing of the wild dove floated sweetly from the lake shore. It was an idyll of peace and beauty. The other of the 8 views is rather a curiosity than a beauty, miles of cream-colored sand blown up in wavy billows as high as the plumy tops of thousands of fir trees which are helplessly embedded in it. During the long hot ride of 11 hours, visions of the evening halt at a peaceful village on the seashore filled my mind, and hope made the toilsome climb over several promontories of black basalt tolerable, even though the descents were so steep that the Mapu held the ponies up by their tails. In the early twilight, when the fierce sun blaze was over, in the smoky redness of a heated evening atmosphere, when every rock was giving forth the heat it had absorbed in the day, across the stream which is at once the outlet of the lake and the boundary between the provinces of Kangwon and Hamgyong, appeared a large, straggling, grey-roofed village, above high-water mark, on a beach of white sand. Several fishing junks were lying in shelter at the mouth of the stream. Women were beating clothes and drawing water, and children and dogs were rolling over each other on the sand, all more or less idealized by being silhouetted in purple against the hot, lurid sky. As the enchantment of distance faded, and Ma-cha-tong revealed itself in plain prose, fading from purple into sober grey, the ideal of a romantic halt by the pure sea vanished. A long, crooked, tumble-down narrow street, with narrower offshoots, heaps of fish offal and rubbish, in which swine, mangy, blear-eyed dogs, and children, much afflicted with skin disease, were indiscriminately routing and rolling, pools covered with a thick brown scum, a stream which had degenerated into an open sewer, down which thick green slime flowed tardily, a beach of white sand, the upper part of which was blackened with fish laid out to dry, frames for drying fish everywhere, men, women, children, all as dirty in person and clothing as it was possible to be, thronging the roadway as we approached, air-laden with insupportable odors, and the vilest accommodation I ever had in Korea have fixed this night in my memory. The inn, if inn it was, gave me a room 6 feet by 8 and 5 feet 2 inches high. Angpaks, for it was the family granary, iron shoes of ploughs and spades, bundles of foul rags, seaweed, ears of millet hanging in bunches from the roof, pack-saddles, and, worse than all else, rotten beans fermenting for soy, and malodorous half-salted fish, just left room for my camp-bed. This den opened on a vile yard, partly dunghill and partly pig-pen, in which is the well from which the women of the house, with sublime sang-froid, draw the drinking water. Outside is a swamp, which throughout the night gave off sickening odors. Every few minutes something was wanted from my room, and as there was not room for 2, I had every time to go out into the yard. Wong's good night was, "I hope you won't die." When I entered, the mercury was 87 degrees. After that, cooking for man and beast, and the Chang floor raised it to 107 degrees, at which point it stood till morning, vivifying into revoltingly active life myriads of cockroaches and vermin which revel in heat, not to speak of rats, which ran over my bed, ate my candle, gnawed my straps, and would have left me without boots, had I not long before learned to hang them from the tripod of my camera. From 9 years of travelling, some of it very severe and comfortless, that night stands out as hideously memorable. The raison d'être of Manchuria and the numerous coast villages which exist wherever a convenient shore and a protection for boats occur together is the coast fishing. The fact that a floating population of over 8,000 Japanese fishermen make a living by fishing on the coast near Busan shows that there is a redundant harvest to be reaped. The Korean fisherman is credited with utter want of enterprise, and Mr. Oyesen, in the customs report for Wonsan for 1891, accuses him of remaining content with such fish as will run into crudely and easily constructed traps set out along the shore, which only require attention for an hour or so each day. I must, however, say that each village that I passed possessed from 7 to 12 fishing junks, which were kept at sea. They are unseaworthy boats, and it is not surprising that they hug the shore. I believe that the fishing industry, with every other, is paralyzed by the complete insecurity of the earnings of laborers and by the exactions of officials, and that the Korean fisherman does not care to earn money of which he will surely be deprived on any or no pretense, and that, along with the members of the industrial classes generally, he seeks the protection of poverty. The fish taken on this coast, when salted and dried, find their way by boat to Wonsan, and from thence over central Korea, but in winter peddlers carry them directly inland from the fishing villages. Salterns on the plan of those often seen in China occur frequently near the villages. The operation of making salt from seawater is absolutely primitive, and so rough and dirty that the whiteness of the coarse product which results is an astonishment. In spite of heavy losses and heavier squeezings, this industry, which is carried on from May to October, is a profitable one. The road beyond that noisome halting place traverses picturesque country for many miles, being cut out of the sides of noble cliffs, or crosses basaltic spurs by arrangements resembling rock ladders, keeping perforce always close to the sea, now on dizzy precipices, then descending to firm hard stretches of golden sand, or winding just above high water mark among colossal boulders which are completely covered with the Ampelopsis veitchiana, the creeper par excellence of Korea. The sea was green and violet near the shore, and a vivid blue in the distance, and on its ripple-less surface fishing boats with grey hulls and brown sails lay motionless, for the rush and swirl of tides, rising and falling as they do on the west coast from 25 to 38 feet, are unknown on the east coast, the variation between high and low water being within 18 inches. It was the hottest day of the year, and it was fortunate that the prettily situated marketplace of Seoul had a new and clean inn, in which it was possible to prolong the noonday halt, and to get a good dinner of fresh and salt fish, vegetables, herbs, sauces, and rice, for the sum of 2 cents gold. There also, being the market day, Mr. Miller succeeded in obtaining cash for 4 silver yen from the peddlers. After passing over a tedious sandy plain with a reserve of fine firs, under which the countless dead of ages lie under great sand mounds held together by nets or branches of trees, We reached at sunset my ideal, a clean, exquisitely situated village of 9 houses, of which one was an inn, where, contrary to the general rule, we were made cordially welcome. Footnote. A kwanja, being an official passport, lays a traveler open to the suspicion that, like officials, he will take the best of everything he can get without paying for it, and this dread, added to a natural distrust of foreigners, led to more or less unwillingness to receive us in many places, the Mapu having to console the people by asseverating that I paid the full price for all I got, and that even when I tore a sheet of paper from the window, I paid for it. End footnote. The 9 families at Chinpul possessed 7 good-sized fishing boats. That inn is of unusual construction. There is a broad mud platform on which fireplaces and utensils for cooking for man and beast occupy one half, and the other is matted for sleeping and eating. My room, which had no window but was clean and plastered, opened on this, and as the mercury was at 111 degrees until 3 a.m., owing to the heated floor, I sat at the door nearly all night, so the dawn and an early start, and the coolness of the green and violet shades of the almost rippleless ocean, which laved its varied shore of bays, promontories, and lofty cliffs, were very welcome. A valley opening on the sea, which it took 5 hours to skirt and cross, covered with grain and newly planted rice, is literally fringed with villages, which look comfortably prosperous in spite of exactions. A smaller valley contains about 3,000 acres of rice land only, and on the slopes surrounding all these are rich lands, bearing heavy crops of wheat, millet, barley, cotton, tobacco, castor oil, sesamum, oats, turnips, peas, beans, and potatoes. The ponies are larger and better kept in that region, and the red bulls are of immense size. The black pig, however, is as small and mean as ever. The crops were clean, and the rice dikes and irrigation channels well kept. Good and honest government would create as happy and prosperous a people as the traveler finds in Japan, the soil being very similar, while Korea has a far better climate. During the land journey from Chang Ansar to Wonsan, I had better opportunities of seeing the agricultural methods of the Koreans than in the valleys of the Han. As compared with the exquisite neatness of the Japanese, and the diligent thriftiness of the Chinese, Korean agriculture is to some extent wasteful and untidy. Weeds are not kept down in the summer as they ought to be. Stones are often left on the ground, and there is a raggedness about the margins of fields and dikes, and a dilapidation about stone walls, which is unpleasing to the eye. The paths through the fields are apt to be much worn and fringed with weeds, and the furrows are not so straight as they might be. Yet, on the whole, the cultivation is much better, and the majority of the crops far cleaner than I had been led to expect. Domestic animals are very few, and very little fertilizing material is applied to the ground, except in the neighborhood of Seoul and other cities, a fact which makes its exceeding fertility very noteworthy. The rainfall is abundant but not excessive, and the desolating floods which afflict Korea's opposite neighbor, Japan, are as unknown as earthquakes. Irrigation is only necessary for rice, which is the staple of Korea. Except on certain rice lands, 2 crops a year are raised throughout central and southern Korea, the rice being planted in June, or rather transplanted from the nurseries in which it is sown in May, and is harvested early in October, when the ground is plowed and barley or rye is sown, which ripens in May or early June of the next year, after which water is let in, the field is again plowed while flooded, and the rice plants are set out in rows of clumps, 2 or 4 or even 6 plants in a clump. Where only one crop is raised, the rice field lies fallow from the end of October till the following May. In wheat, barley, or rye fields the sowing is in October, and the harvest in May or June, after which beans, peas, and other vegetables are sown. Along the great roads, as the crops approach ripeness, elevated watch sheds are erected in the fields as safeguards against depredations. The crops, on the whole, are very fine, and would be immense were it not for the paucity of fertilizing material. Agricultural implements are rude and few. A wooden plowshare with a removable iron shoe is used, which turns the furrows the reverse way to ours. A wooden spade, also shod with iron, is largely used for heavy work. This, which excites the ridicule of foreigners as a gratuitous waste of manpower, is furnished with several ropes attached to the blade, each of which is jerked by a man, while another man guides the blade into the ground by its long handle. The other implements are the same sort of sharp-pointed sharp hoe which is in use in China, and which in the hands of the Eastern peasant fills the place of shovel, hoe, and spade, a reaping hook, a short knife, a barrow, and a bamboo rake which is largely used in the denudation of the hills. Grain, peas, and beans are threshed out with flails as often as not in the roadway of a village, while the grinding of flour and the hulling of rice are accomplished by the stone quern and the stone or wooden mortar, with an iron pestle worked by hand or foot, the pang-a, or, as has been previously described, by a mul or water pang-a. Rice is threshed by beating the ears over a board, and all grain is winnowed by being thrown up in the wind. The pony is not used in agriculture. Plowing is done by the powerful, noble, tractable Korean bull, a cane ring placed in his nostrils when young, rendering him manageable even by a young child. He is 4 years in attaining maturity, and is now worth from 3 to 4 pounds, his value having been enhanced by the late war and the prevalence of rinderpest in recent years. Milk is not an article of diet. In some districts, ox sleds of very simple construction are used for bringing down fuel from the hills and produce from the fields, and at Seoul and a few other cities, rude carts are to be seen. But ponies, men, and bulls are the means of transport for produce and goods, the loads being adjusted evenly on wooden pack saddles, or, in the case of small articles, in panniers of plaited straw or netted rope. In the latter, ingeniously made to open at the bottom and discharge their contents, manure is carried to the fields. Both bulls and ponies are shod with iron. The pony carries from 160 to 200 pounds. Sore backs are lamentably common. The breed of pigs is very small. Pigs are always black and loathsome. Their bristles stand up along their backs, and they are lean, active, and of specially revolting habits. The dogs are big, usually buff, long-haired, and cowardly, and caricature the Scotch collie in their aspect. The fowls are plebeian, and for wildness, activity, and powers of flight are unequaled in my experience. Ducks are not very common, and geese are kept chiefly as guards, and for presentation at weddings as emblems of fidelity. The few sheep bred in Korea are reserved for royal sacrifices. I have occasionally seen mutton on tables in Seoul, but it has been imported from Jefu. The villages which make their living altogether by agriculture are usually off the high roads, those which the hasty traveller passes through depending as much on the entertaining of wayfarers as on the cultivation of the land. In these, nearly every house has a covered shelf in front, at which food can be obtained, but lodging is not provided, and the villages which can feed and lodge beasts as well as men are few. The fact that the large farming villages are off the road gives an incorrect notion of the population of Korea. End of section 13. Section 14 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in April 2021. Chapter 12. Along the Coast, Part 2. On the slope of a hillside above a pleasant valley lies the town of Anbyong, once, judging from the extent of its decaying walls and fortifications and the height of its canopied but ruinous gate towers, a large city. The yamen and other government buildings are well kept, and, being in good repair, are in striking contrast to those previously seen on the route. The main street is, however, nothing but a dirty alley. The town has a diminishing population, and though it makes some paper from the Brusonetia papyrifera and has several schools, and exchanges rice and beans for foreign cottons at Wonsan, it has a singularly decaying look, and is altogether unworthy of its position as being one of the chief places in the province of Hamgyong. Outside of it the road crosses a remarkably broad river bed by a bridge 720 feet long, so dilapidated that the ponies put their feet through its rotten sods several times. From Anbyong to Tarimak, a short distance from Namsan on the main road from Seoul to Wonsan, is a long and tedious ride through thinly peopled country and pine woods full of graves. We spent 2 nights there at a very noisy and disagreeable inn, in which privacy was unattainable and the vermin were appalling. There the host was specially unwilling to take in foreigners, on the ground that we should not pay, a suspicion which irritated our friendly Mapu, who vociferated at the top of their voices that we paid even for the smallest things we got. The swinging season was at hand, each amusement having its definite date for beginning and ending, and in every village swings were being erected on tall straight poles. Wong could never resist the temptation of taking a swing, which always amused the people. At this inn there were some musical performers, who made both night and day wearisome to me, but gave great pleasure to others. I have not previously mentioned my sufferings on the Han from the sounds produced by itinerant musicians, and by the mutang or sorceress and her coadjutors. But, as has been forcibly brought out in a paper on Korean music by Mr. Halbert in the Korean Repository, the sounds are peculiar and unpleasing, because we neither know nor feel what they are intended to express, and we bring to Korean music not the Korean temperament and training, but the Western, which demands time as an essential. It may be added that the Koreans, like their neighbors the Japanese, love our music as little as we love theirs, and for the same reason, that the ideas we express by it are unfamiliar to them. One reason of the afflictive and discordant sounds is that the gamut of Korea differs from the musical scale of European countries, with the result that whenever music seems to be trembling on the verge of a harmony, a discord assails the ear. The musical instruments are many, but they are not carefully finished. Among instruments of percussion are drums, cymbals, gongs, and a species of castanet. For wind instruments there are unkeyed bugles, flutes, and long and short trumpets, and the stringed instruments are a large guitar, a 25-stringed guitar, a mandolin, and a 5-stringed violin. The discord produced by a concert of several of these instruments is heard in perfection at the opening and closing of the gates of cities. There are 3 classes of Korean vocal music, the first being the shijo or classical style, andante tremuloso and punctuated with drums, The drum accompaniment consisting mainly of a drum beat from time to time as an indication to the vocalist that she has quavered long enough upon one note. The shijo is a slow process, and is said by the Koreans to require such long and patient practice that only the dancing girls can excel in it, as they alone have leisure to cultivate it. One branch of it deals with convivial songs, of one of which I give a translation from the gifted pen of the Reverend H. B. Hulbert of Seoul. 1. 'Twas years ago that Kim and I struck hands and swore, however dry the lip may be or sad the heart, the merry wine should have no part in mitigating sorrow's blow or quenching thirst. 'Twas long ago. 2. And now I've reached the flood-tide mark of life. The ebb begins, and dark the future lowers. The tide of wine will never ebb. 'Twill aye be mine to mourn the desecrated fane, where that lost pledge of youth lays slain. 3. Nay, nay, begone, the jocund bowl again shall bolster up my soul against itself. What, good man, hold, canst tell me where red wine is sold? Nay, just beyond that peach tree there. Good luck be thine, I'll thither fare. The Korean, prisoned during the winter in his small, dark, dirty, and malodorous rooms, with neither a glowing fireside nor a brilliant lamp to mitigate the gloom, welcomes spring with lively excitement, and demands music and song as its natural accompaniment, song that shall express the emancipation, breathing space, and unalloyed physical pleasure which have no counterpart in our English feelings. Thus a classical song runs. The willow catkin bears the vernal blush of summer's dawn, when winter's night is done. The oriole who preens herself aloft on swaying bough is summer's harbinger. The butterfly with noiseless full of her pulsing wing marks off the summer hour. Quick, boy, thy zither. Does its strings accord? 'Tis well, strike up. I must have song. The second style of Korean vocal music is the ha-chi, or popular. The most conspicuous song in this class is the ararong of 782 verses. It is said that the ararong holds to the Korean in music the same place that rice does in his food, all else being a mere appendage. The tune, but with the trills and quavers, of which there are one or two to each note left out, is given here, though Mr. Hulbert, to whom I am greatly indebted, calls it a very weak attempt to score it. The chorus of ararung is invariable, but the verses which are sung in connection with it take a wide range through the fields of lyrics, epics, and didactics. There is a third style, which is between the classical and the popular, but which hardly deserves mention. To my thinking, the melancholy which seems the motive of most Oriental music becomes an extreme plaintiveness in that of Korea, partly due probably to the unlimited quavering on one note. While what may be called concerted music is torture to a Western ear, solos on the flute oft-times combine a singular sweetness with their mournfulness and suggest far-off melodies. Love songs are popular, and there is a tender grace about some of them, as well as an occasional glint of humor, as indicated by the last line of the third stanza of one translated by Mr. Gale. Love Song. Farewell's a fire that burns one's heart, and tears are rains that quench in part, but then the winds blow in one's sighs, and cause the flames again to rise. My soul I've mixed up with the wine, and now my love is drinking into his orifices 9, deep down its spirits sinking. To keep him true to me and mine, a potent mixture is the wine. Silvery moon and frosty air, eve and dawn are meeting. Widowed wild goose flying there, hear my words of greeting. On your journey should you see him I love so broken-hearted, kindly say this word for me, that it's death when we are parted. Flapping off the wild goose clambers, says she will, if she remembers. Fill the inkstone, bring the water, to my love I'll write a letter. Ink and paper soon will see the one that's all the world to me, while the pen and I together, left behind, condole each other. The allusions to nature generally show a quick and sympathetic insight into her beauties, and occasional stanzas, of which the one cited is among several translated by Mr. Hulbert, have a delicacy of touch not unworthy of an Elizabethan poet. I asked the spotted butterfly to take me on his wing and fly to yonder mountain's breezy side. The tricksy tiger moths I'll ride as home I come. The Korean Repository is doing a good work in making Korean poetry accessible to English readers. There was not, however, any flute music at Tarimak. There were classical songs with a direful drum accompaniment and the wearisome repetition of the ararung, continuing all day and late into the hot night. A few peddlers passed by, selling tobacco, necessaries, and children's toys, the latter rudely made and only attractive in a country in which artistic feeling appears dead. There are shops in Seoul, Pyongyang, and other cities devoted to the sale of such toys, painted in staring colors and illustrative chiefly of adult life. There are also monkeys, puppies, and tigers on wheels, all for boys, and soldiers in European uniforms have appeared during the recent military craze, and boys are very early taught to look forward to official life by representations of mandarins' chairs, red tasseled umbrellas, and fringed hats. Girls being of comparatively small account, toys specially suited to them are not many. Japanese lucifer matches, which, when of the cheap sort, seem only slightly inflammable, as I have several times used a whole box without igniting one, were in the stock of the peddlers and are making rapid headway in the towns. But even so near Wonsan as Tarimak is, the people were still using flint and steel to light chips of wood dipped in sulfur, though the cheap and smoky kerosene lamp has displaced the tall, upright candlestick and the old-fashioned dish lamps there and in very many other country places. From the high road from Seoul to Wonsan, we diverged at Namsan to visit the large monastery of Sokwang-sa, famous as being the place where, in the palmy days of Korean Buddhism, Ataejo, the first king of the present dynasty, was educated and lived. The monastery itself, with its temples, was erected by this king to mark the spot where, 504 years ago, he received that supernatural message to rule, in virtue of which his descendant occupies the Korean throne today. In this singularly beautiful spot, Ataejo's early years were spent in religious exercises, study, and preparation, and many of the superb trees which adorn the grand mountain clefts in which Sokwang-sa is situated are said to have been planted by his hands. His regalia and robes of state are preserved in a building by themselves, which no one is allowed to enter except the duly appointed attendant. A bridle track alongside of a clear mountain stream leads through very pretty and prosperous-looking country, and over wooded foothills for some miles to the base of a fine mountain range. We passed for a length of time through rich and heavily timbered monastic property. Then the beautiful valley narrowed, and by a red arrow gate We entered on a smooth, broad road, on which the sun glinted here and there through the heavy foliage of an avenue of noble pines, a gap now and then giving entrancing glimpses of the deep delicious blue of the summer sky, of a grand gorge dark with pines, firs, and the exotic Cleyera japonica and zelkava, brightened by the tender green of maples and other deciduous trees, and by flashes of foam from a torrent booming among great moss-covered boulders. Then came bridges with decorative roofs, abbots' tombstones under carved and painted canopies, inscribed stone tablets, glorious views of a peaked, forest-clothed mountain barring the gorge, and as the pines of the avenue fell into groups at its close, and magnificent salkavas, from whose spreading branches white roses hung in graceful festoons, overarched the road, a long irregular line of temples and monastic buildings appeared, clinging in singular picturesqueness to the sides of the ravine, which there ascends somewhat rapidly towards the mountain, which closes it. An abbot, framed in the doorway of a quaint building, and looking like a picture of a portly, jolly, medieval friar, welcomed us, and he and his monks regaled us with honey water in the large guest hall, but simultaneously produced the visitor's book and asked us how much we were going to pay, the sum being duly recorded. The grasping ways of these monks, who fleeced the Mapu so badly as to make them say they had fallen among thieves, contrast with the friendly hospitality of their brethren of the Diamond Mountain, and can only be accounted for by the contaminating influences of a treaty port, from which they are distant only a long day's journey. See the sights first, and then pay, they said, the glorious views and the quaint picturesqueness of the monastic buildings clustering on the crags above the cataracts being the sight par excellence. It was refreshing to turn from the contemplation of the sensual, acquisitive, greedy faces of most of the monks to nature at her freshest and fairest, on one of the loveliest days of early June. The interiors of the temples are shabby and dirty. The paint is scaling off the roofs, and the floors and even the altars were hidden under layers of herbs drying for kitchen use. Besides the tablet to the first king of the present dynasty, in a handsome tablet house, the noteworthy sight to be seen is a small temple dedicated to the 500 disciples. Sokwang Sa is not a holy place, and the artist who caricatured the devout and ascetic followers of the ascetic Shakyamuni has bequeathed a legacy of unhallowed suggestion to its inmates. The 500 are stone images not a foot in height, arranged round the dusty temple in several tiers, each one with a silk cap on, worn with more or less of a jaunty air on one side of the head or falling over the brow. The variety of features and expression is wonderful. All Eastern nationalities are represented, and there are not two faces or attitudes alike. The whole display shows genius, though not of a high order. Among the infinite variety, one figure has deeply set eyes, an aquiline nose and thin lips, another a pug nose, squinting eyes and a broad grinning mouth. One is Mongolian, another Caucasian, and another approximates to the Negro type. Here is a stout, jolly fellow, with a leer and a broad grin suggestive of casks of porter and the archaic London drayman. There is an idiot with drooping head, receding brow and chin, and a vacant stare. Here again is a dark stage villain, with red cheeks and a cap drawn low over his forehead. Then Mr. Pecksniff confronts one with an air of sanctimoniousness obviously difficult to retain. Falstaff outdoes his legendary jollity, and priests and monks of all nations leer at the beholders from under their jaunty caps. It is an exhibition of unsanctified genius. Nearly all the figures look worse for drink, and fatuous smiles, drunken leers, and farcical grins are the rule, the effect of all being aggravated by the varied and absurd arrangements of the caps. The grotesqueness is indescribable and altogether unedifying. It was a great change to get on the broad main road to Wonsan and to see telegraph poles once more. There was plenty of goods and passenger traffic across the fine plain covered with rice and grain, margined by bluffs and dotted with what have obviously once been islands, near which Wonsan is situated. Where the road is broad, a high heap of hardened mud runs along the center, with hardened mud corrugations on either side. Where narrow, it is merely the top of a rice dike. The bridges are specially infamous. In fact, they were so rotten that the Mapu would not trust their ponies upon them, and we forded all the streams. Yet this road, which I found equally bad at the 3 points at which I touched it, is one of the leading thoroughfares by which goods pass from the east to the west coast and vice versa: tobacco, copper, salt fish, seaweed, galena and hides from the east, and foreign shirtings, watches, and miscellaneous native and foreign articles from the west. The heat of the sun was but poorly indicated by a shade temperature of 84 degrees, and it was in his full noontide fierceness that we reached a huddle of foul and narrow alleys and irregular rows of thatched shops along the high road which make up the busy and growing Korean town of Wonsan, which, with an estimated population of 15,000 people, lies along a strip of beach below a pine-clothed bluff and ranges of mountains, then green to their summits, but which I saw in December of the same year in the majesty of the snow which covers them from November to May. The smells were fearful, the dirt abominable, and the quantity of wretched dogs and of pieces of bleeding meat blackening in the sun perfectly sickening. This aspect of meat, produced by the mode of killing it, has made foreigners entirely dependent on the Japanese butchers in Seoul and elsewhere. The Koreans cut the throat of the animal and insert a peg in the opening. Then the butcher takes a hatchet and beats the animal on the rump until it dies. The process takes about an hour, and the beast suffers agonies of terror and pain before it loses consciousness. Very little blood is lost during the operation, the beef is full of it, and its heavier weight in consequence is to the advantage of the vendor. Then came a level stretch of about a mile, much planted with potatoes, glimpses of American Protestant mission houses in conspicuous and eligible positions, eligible, that is, for everything but mission work, and the uneven Korean road glided imperceptibly into a broad gravel road, fringed on both sides with neat wooden houses standing in gardens, which gradually thickened into the neatest, trimmest, and most attractive town in all Korea, the Japanese settlement of the treaty port of Wonsan, opened to Japanese trade in 1880 and to foreign trade generally in 1883. Broad and well-kept streets, neat wharves, trim and fairly substantial houses, showing the interior dollishness and daintiness characteristic of Japan, a large and very prominent Japanese consulate in Anglo-Japanese style, the offices of the NYK, the Japan Mail Steamship Company, an abbreviation as familiar to residents in the Far East as P&O, a Japanese bank of solid reputation, customs buildings, of which a neat reading room forms a part, neat Japanese shops where European articles can be bought at moderate prices, a large schoolhouse with a teacher in European dress, and active mannikins and hobbling but graceful women, neither veiled nor muffled up, are the features of this pleasant Japanese colony, which is so fortunate as to have no history, its progress, though not rapid, having been placid and peaceful, not marred by friction either with Koreans or foreigners of other nationalities, and even the recent war, though it led to the removal of the Chinese consul and his countrymen, an insignificant fraction of the population, had left no special traces, except that the enormous wages paid to transport coolies by the Japanese had enabled them to gamble with yen instead of cash. I was most hospitably received by Mr. and Mrs. Gale of the American Presbyterian Mission. Mr. Gale's work was the important one of the preparation of a dictionary of the Korean language in Korean, Chinese, and English, which was published in 1897. During the 12 days which I spent at Wonsan, I made a junk excursion in Yunghing or Broughton Bay, in the southwest corner of which the port is situated. It is a superb bay with an area of fully 40 square miles, a depth of from 6 to 12 fathoms, with good holding ground, never freezes in winter, is sheltered by promontories and mountains from the winds of every quarter, and its entrance is protected by islands. To English readers it is probable that the sole interest of this fine bay lies in the fact that its northern arm, Port Lazarev, which was the object of my cruise, is the harbor which Russia is credited with desiring to gain possession of for the terminus of her Trans-Siberian Railway. Whether this be so or no, or whether Port Shestakov, on the same coast but 60 miles farther north, is more defensible and better adapted for a naval as well as a terminal port, the time has gone by for grudging to Russia an outlet to the Pacific, and I for one should prefer it on the coast of eastern Korea than on the northern shore of the Yellow Sea. The head of Port Lazarev is about 16 miles from Wonsan, and is formed by the swampy outlets of the river Dunggan, among the many branches of which lie inhabited, low-lying islands. There are rude but extensive salt works at the shallows, in which this noble inlet terminates, after receiving several streams besides the Dunggan. Port Lazarev has, in addition, abundant supplies of water from natural springs. The high hills which surround the bay are grassy to their summits, but there is very little wood, and the villages are small and far between. Game is singularly abundant. Pheasants are nearly as plentiful as sparrows are with us. The wary turkey bustard abounds. There are snipe in the late summer, and pigeons, plover, and waterhen are common. In spring and autumn, wild fowl innumerable crowd the waters of every stream and inlet, swans, teal, geese, and ducks darkening the air, which they rend with their clamor as the sportsman invades their haunts. A Korean junk does not impress one by its seaworthiness, and it is not surprising that the junkmen hug the shore and seek shelter whenever a good sailing breeze comes on. She is built without nails, iron, or preservative paint, and looks rather like a temporary and fortuitous aggregation of beams and planks than a deliberate construction. Two tall, heavy masts fixed by wedges among the timbers at the bottom of the boat require frequent attention, as they are always swaying and threatening to come down. The sails are of matting, with a number of bamboos running transversely, with a cord attached to each, united into one sheet, by means of which tacking is effected, or rather might be. Practically, navigation consists in running before a light breeze, and dropping the mass of mats and bamboos on the confusion below whenever it freshens, varying the process by an easy pull at the sweeps, one at the stern, and two working on pins in transverse beams amidships, which project 3 feet on each side. The junk is fitted with a rudder of enormous size, which from its position acts as a keel board. The price is from $60 to $80. This singular craft sails well before the wind, but under other circumstances is apt to become unmanageable. Wonsan has telegraphic communication with Seoul, and, chiefly through the enterprise of the NYK, it is connected by most comfortable steamers with Korean ports and with Vladivostok, Kobe, and Nagasaki, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Jeju, Newchwang, and Tientsin. Steamers of a Russian line call there at intervals during the summer season. There are no Western merchants or Western residents except the missionaries and the customs staff, and foreign trade is chiefly in the hands of the Japanese. About 60 li from Wonsan are some large grass-covered mounds, of which the Koreans do not care to speak, as they regard them as associated with an ancient Korean custom, now looked upon as barbarous. During the last dynasty, and more than 5 centuries ago, it was customary, when people from age and infirmity became burdensome to their relations, to incarcerate them in the stone cells which these mounds contain, with a little food and water, and leave them there to die. In similar mounds, elsewhere in Korea, bowls and jars of coarse pottery have been found, as well as a few specimens of gray celadon. There is nothing sensational about Wonsan. Footnote. In January of 1897, the population of Wonsan was as follows: Japanese 1,299, Chinese 39, American 8, German 3, British 2, French 2, Russian 2, Danish 1, Norwegian 1, total 1,357. Estimated Korean population 15,000. End footnote. It has no booms in trade or land, but keeps the even tenor of its way. It is to me far the most attractive of the treaty ports. Its trim Japanese settlement, from which green hills rise abruptly, backed by fine mountain forms, dignified by snow for 7 months of the year, and above all the exquisite caves to the northwest, where the sea murmurs in cool grottos and beats the pure white sand into ripples at the feet of cliffs hidden by flowers, ferns, and grass, and its air of dreamy repose, a land where it is always afternoon, point to its future as that of a salubrious and popular sanitarium. End of section 14. Section 15 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in April 2021. Chapter 13. Impending War. Excitement at Chemulpo. Having heard nothing at all of public events during my long inland journey, and only a few rumors of unlocalized collisions between the Tonghaks, rebels, and the royal troops, the atmosphere of canards at Wonsan was somewhat stimulating, though I had already been long enough in Korea not to attach much importance to the stories with which the air was thick. One day it was said that the Tonghaks had gained great successes and had taken Gatling guns from the royal army. Another that they had been crushed and their mysterious and ubiquitous leader beheaded, while the latest rumor before my departure was that they were marching in great force on Fusan. Judging from the proclamation which they circulated, and which, while stating that they rose against corrupt officials and traitorous advisers, professed unswerving loyalty to the throne, it seemed credible that, if there were a throb of patriotism anywhere in Korea, it was in the breasts of these peasants. Their risings appeared to be free from excesses and useless bloodshed, and they confined themselves to the attempt to carry out their program of reform. Some foreign sympathy was bestowed upon them, because it was thought that the iniquities of misrule could go no further, and that the time was ripe for an armed protest on a larger scale than the ordinary peasant risings against intolerable exactions. But at the very moment when these matters were being discussed in Wonsan with not more than a languid interest, a formidable menace to the established order of things was taking shape, destined in a few days to cast the Tonghaks into the shade and concentrate the attention of the world on this insignificant peninsula. Leaving Wonsan by steamer on 17th June and arriving at Fusan on the 19th, I was not surprised to find a Japanese gunboat in the harbor, and that 220 Japanese soldiers had been landed from the Higomaru that morning and were quartered in the Buddhist temples on the hill, and that the rebels had cut the telegraph wires between Fusan and Seoul. Among the few Europeans at Fusan there was no uneasiness. The Japanese, with their large mercantile colony there, have considerable interests to safeguard, and nothing seemed more natural than the course they took. A rumor that Japanese troops had been landed at Chemulpo was quite disregarded. On arriving at Chemulpo, however, early on the morning of the 21st, a very exciting state of matters revealed itself. A large fleet, 6 Japanese ships of war, the American flagship, 2 French, 1 Russian, and 2 Chinese, were lying in the outer harbor. The limited accommodation of the inner harbor was taxed to its utmost capacity. Japanese transports were landing troops, horses, and war material in steam launches. Junks were discharging rice and other stores for the commissariat department. Coolies were stacking it on the beach, and the movement by sea and land was ceaseless. Visitors from the shore, excited and agitated, brought a budget of astounding rumors, but confessed to being mainly in the dark. On landing, I found the deadly dull port transformed. The streets resounded to the tread of Japanese troops in heavy marching order. Trains of mat and forage carts blocked the road. Every house in the main street of the Japanese settlement was turned into a barrack and crowded with troops. Rifles and accoutrements gleamed in the balconies. Crowds of Koreans, limp and dazed, lounged in the streets or sat on the knolls, gazing vacantly at the transformation of their port into a foreign camp. Only 2 hours had passed since the first of the troops landed, and when I visited the camp with a young Russian officer, there were 1,200 men under canvas in well-ventilated bell tents, holding 20 each, with matted floors and drainage trenches, and dinner was being served in lacquer boxes. Stables had been run up, and the cavalry and mountain guns were in the center. The horses of the mountain battery train, serviceable animals, 14 hands high, were in excellent condition and were equipped with pack saddles of the latest Indian pattern. They were removing shot and shell for Seoul from the Japanese consulate with 200 men and 100 horses, and it was done almost soundlessly. The camp, with its neat streets, was orderly, trim, and quiet. In the town, sentries challenged passers-by. Every man looked as if he knew his duty and meant to do it. There was no swagger. The mannequins, well armed and serviceably dressed, were obviously in Korea for a purpose which they meant to accomplish. What that purpose was well concealed under color of giving efficient protection to Japanese subjects in Korea, who were said to be imperiled by the successes of the Tonghaks. The rebellion in southern Korea was exciting much alarm in the capital. Such movements, though on a smaller scale, are annual spring events in the peninsula, when in one or other of the provinces the peasantry, driven to exasperation by official extortions, rise, and with more or less violence, occasionally fatal, drive out the offending mandarin. Punishment rarely ensues. The king sends a new official, who squeezes and extorts in his turn with more or less vigor, until, if he also passes bearable limits, he is forcibly expelled, and things settle down once more. This Tonghak, Oriental or national movement, though lost sight of in presence of more important issues, was of greater moment, as being organized on a broader basis, so as to include a great number of adherents in Seoul and the other cities, and with such definite and reasonable objects that at first I was inclined to call its leaders armed reformers rather than rebels. At that time there was no question as to the royal authority. The Tonghak proclamation began by declaring in respectful language loyal allegiance to the king, and went on to state the grievances in very moderate terms. The Tonghaks asserted, and with undoubted truth, that officials in Korea, for their own purposes, closed the eyes and ears of the king to all news and reports of the wrongs inflicted on his people. That ministers of state, governors, and magistrates were all indifferent to the welfare of their country, and were bent only on enriching themselves, and that there were no checks on their rapacity. That examinations, the only avenues to official life, were nothing more than scenes of bribery, barter, and sale, and were no longer tests of fitness for civil appointment. That officials cared not for the debt into which the country was fast sinking. That they were proud, vainglorious, adulterous, avaricious. That many officials receiving appointments in the country lived in Seoul. That they flatter and fawn in peace, and desert and betray in times of trouble. The necessity for reform was strongly urged. There were no expressions of hostility to foreigners, and the manifesto did not appear to take any account of them. The leader, whose individuality was never definitely ascertained, was credited with ubiquity and supernatural powers by the common people, as well as with the ability to speak both Japanese and Chinese, and it was evident from his measures, forethought, the disposition of his forces, and some touches of Western strategic skill, that he had some acquaintance with the modern art of war. His followers, armed at first with only old swords and halberds, had come to possess rifles, taken from the official armories and the defeated royal troops. For in the midst of the 1,000 wild rumors which were afloat, it appeared certain that the king sent several hundred soldiers against the Tonghaks under a general who, on his way to attack their camp, raised and armed 300 levies, who, in the engagement which followed, joined the rebels and turned upon the king's troops. That 300 of the latter were killed, and that the general was missing. This, following other successes, the deposition of several important officials, and the rumored march on Seoul, had created great alarm, and the king was supposed to be prepared for flight. But the events of the 2 or 3 days before I landed at Chemulpo threw the local disturbance into the shade, and it is only with the object of showing with what an excellent pretext for interference the Tonghaks had furnished the Japanese, and I recall this petty chapter of what is now ancient history. The questions vital to Korea and of paramount diplomatic importance were: what is the object of Japan? Is this an invasion? Is she here as an enemy or a friend? 6,000 troops provisioned for 3 months had been landed. 15 of the Nippon Yusen Kaisha's steamers had been withdrawn from their routes to act as transports. The Japanese had occupied the Gap, a pass on the Seoul road, and Mapu, the river port of the capital, and with guns and in considerable force had established themselves on Namhan, a wooded hill above Seoul, from which position they commanded both the palace and capital. All these movements were carried out with a suddenness, celerity, and freedom from hitch, which in their military aspects were worthy of the highest praise. To any student of Far Eastern politics, it must have been apparent that this skillful and extraordinary move on the part of Japan was not made for the protection of her colonies in Chemulpo and Seoul, nor yet against Korea. It has been said in various quarters, and believed, that the Japanese ministry was shaky and had to choose between its own downfall and a foreign war. This is a complete sophism. There can be no question that Japan had been planning such a movement for years. She had made accurate maps of Korea and had secured reports of forage and provisions, measurements of the width of rivers and the depth of fords, and had been buying up rice in Korea for 3 months previously, while even as far as the Tibetan frontier, Japanese officers in disguise had gauged the strength and weakness of China, reporting on her armies on paper, and, in fact, on her dummy guns, and antique honeycombed carronades, and knew better than the Chinese themselves how many men each province could put into the field, how drilled and how armed, and they were acquainted with the infinite corruption and dishonesty, combined with a total lack of patriotism, which nullified even such commissariat arrangements as existed on paper, and rendered it absolutely impossible for China to send an army efficiently into the field, far less sustain it during a campaign. To all appearance, Japan had completely outwitted China in Korea, and a panic prevailed among the Chinese. 30 ladies of the households of the Chinese resident and consul embarked for China on the appearance of the Japanese in Seoul, and 800 Chinamen left Chemulpo on the day I arrived, the consternation in the Chinese colony being so great that even the market gardeners, who have a monopoly of a most thriving trade, fled. I never before saw the Chinaman otherwise than aggravatingly cool, collected, and master of the situation, but on that June day he lost his head, and, frenzied by race hatred and pecuniary loss, was transformed into a shouting barbarian, not knowing what he would be at. The Chinese inn where I spent the day was one center of the excitement, and each time that I came in from a walk or received a European visitor, a number of the employees, usually most quiet and reticent, huddled into my room with faces distorted by anxiety, asking what I had heard, what was going to be, whether the Chinese army would be there that night, whether the British fleet was coming to help them, etc., and even my Chinese servant, a most excellent fellow, was beside himself, muttering in English through clenched teeth, "I must kill, kill, kill." Meanwhile, the dwarf battalions, a miracle of rigid discipline and good behavior, were steadily tramping to Seoul, where matters then and for some time afterwards stood thus. The king was in his secluded palace, and that which still posed as a government had really collapsed. Mr. Hillier, the English consul general, was in England on leave, and the acting consul general, Mr. Gardner, CMG, had only been in Korea for 3 months. The American minister was a newer man still. The French and German consuls need hardly be taken into account, as they had few, if any, interests to safeguard. Mr. Weber, the able and cautious diplomatist who had represented Russia for 9 years and had the confidence of the whole foreign community, had been appointed chargé d'affaires at Peking and had left Seoul in the previous week. There remained, therefore, facing each other, Otori-san, the Japanese ambassador to Peking, who was in Korea on a temporary mission, and Yuan, a military mandarin who had been for some years Chinese resident in Seoul, a man entrusted by the Chinese emperor with large powers, who was credited by foreigners with great force, tact, and ability, and who was generally regarded as the power behind the throne. I had frequently seen Otori-san in the early months of the year, a Japanese of average height, speaking English well, wearing European dress as though born to it, and sporting white shoulder-of-mutton whiskers. He lounged in drawing-rooms, making trivial remarks to ladies, and was remarkable only for his insignificance. I believe he made the same impression, or want of impression, at Peking. But circumstances or stringent orders from Tokyo had transformed Mr. Otori. Whether he had worn a mask previously, I know not, but he showed himself rough, vigorous, capable, a man of action, unscrupulous, and not only clever enough to outwit Yuan in a difficult and hazardous game, but everybody else. In the afternoon of that memorable day at Chemulpo, the vice-consul called on me and warned me that I must leave Korea that night, and the urgency and seriousness of his manner left me no doubt that he was acting on information which he was not at liberty to divulge. I had left my travelling gear at Wonsan in readiness for an autumn journey, and was going to Seoul that night for a week to get my money and civilized luggage before going for the summer to Japan. It was a serious blow. Other Europeans advised me not to be deported, but it is one of my travelling rules never to be a source of embarrassment to British officials, and, supposing the crisis to be an acute one, I reluctantly yielded, and that night, with 2 English fellow sufferers, left Chemulpo in the Japanese steamer Higomaru, bound for ports in the Gulf of Pechili, which cul-de-sac would have proved a veritable lion's mouth to her had hostilities been as imminent as the vice-consul believed them to be. I had nothing but the clothing I wore, a heavy tweed suit, and the mercury was 80 degrees, and after paying my passage to Jefu, the first port of call, I had only 4 cents left. It was 4 months before I obtained either my clothes or my money. End of section 15. Section 16 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in April 2021. Chapter 14. Deported to Manchuria. Though I landed at Jefu in heavy tweed clothing, I was obliged to walk up the steep hill to the British consulate, though the mercury was 84 degrees in the shade, because I had no money with which to pay for a jinrikisha. My reflections were anything but pleasant. My passport and letters of introduction, both private and official, were in Seoul. My travelling dress was distinctly shabby, and I feared that an impecunious person without introductions and unable to prove her identity might meet with a very cool reception. I experienced something of the anxiety and timidity which are the everyday lot of thousands, and I have felt a far tenderer sympathy with the penniless, especially the educated penniless, ever since. I was so extremely uncomfortable that I hung about the gate of the British consulate for some minutes before I could summon up courage to go to the door and send in a torn address of a letter which was my only visiting card. I thought, but it may have been fancy, that the Chinese who took it eyed me suspiciously and contemptuously. The sudden revulsion of feeling which followed I cannot easily forget. Mr. Clement Allen, our justly popular consul, met me with a warm welcome. I needed no proof of identity or anything else. He only desired to know what he could do for me. My anxiety was not quite over, for I had to make the humiliating confession that I needed money, and immediately he took me to Messrs. Ferguson and Co., who transact banking business, and asked them to let me have as much as I wanted. An invitation to tiffin followed, and Lady O'Connor and the wife of the Spanish minister at Peking, who were staying at the consulate, made up a bundle of summer clothing for me, and my deportation enriched me with valued friendships. Returning in a very different frame of mind to the Higomaru, I went on in her in severe heat to the mouth of the Peiho River in sight of the Taku forts, and after rolling on its muddy surges for 2 days, proceeded to Nuchuang in Manchuria, reaching the mouth of the Liao River in 5 days from Chemulpo. Rain was falling, and a more hideous and disastrous-looking country than the voyage of 2 hours up to the port revealed, I never saw. The Liao, which has a tremendous tide and strong current, and is thick with yellow mud, is a high water nearly on a level with the adjacent flats, of which one sees little, except some mud forts on the left bank of the river, which are said to be heavily armed with Krupp guns, and an expanse of mud and reeds. Of the mud-built Chinese city of Yingzhou, a military camp known as Nuchuang, though the real Nuchuang is a derelict port 30 miles up the Liao, nothing can be seen above the mud bank but the curved, tile roofs of yamens and temples, though it is a city of 60,000 souls, the growth of its population having kept pace with its rapid advance in commercial importance since it was opened to foreign trade in 1860. Several British steamers with big Chinese characters on their sides were at anchor in the tideway, and the river sides were closely fringed with upriver boats and sea-going junks, of various picturesque builds and colors from southern China, steamers and junks alike waiting not only for cargoes of the small beans for which Manchuria is famous, but for the pressed bean cake, which is exported in enormous quantities to fertilize the sugar plantations and hungry fields of South China. There is a bund, and along and behind it is the foreign settlement, occupied by about 40 Europeans. The white buildings of the Chinese Imperial Maritime Customs, the houses of the staff, the hongs of 2 or 3 foreign merchants, and the British consular buildings may be said to constitute the settlement. It has the reputation of being one of the kindliest and friendliest in the Far East, and the fact that the river closes annually about the 20th of November for about 4 months, and that the residents are thrown entirely on their own resources and on each other, only serves to increase that interdependence which binds this and similarly isolated communities so strongly together. I was most kindly welcomed at the English consulate, then and on my return, and have most pleasant remembrances of Nuchuang, its cordial kindness and cheerful bund, and breezy blue skies. But at first sight it is a dreary, solitary-looking place of mud, and muddy waters forever swallowing large slices of the land, and threatening to engulf it altogether. Peas, really beans, are its chief raison d'être, and their ups and downs in price its mild sensations. Pea boats, long and narrow, with matting roofs and one huge sail, bring down the beans from the interior, and mills working night and day express their oil, which is as good for cooking as for burning. The Viceroyalty of Manchuria, in which I spent the next 2 months, is interesting as in some ways distinct from China, besides having a prospective interest in connection with Russia. Lying outside of the Great Wall, it has a population of several distinct and mixed races: Manchus, Tartars, Gilyaks, Tungusi, Solons, Dors, and Chinese. Along with these must be mentioned about 30,000 Korean families, the majority of whom have left Korea since 1868 in consequence of political disturbance and official exactions. The facts that the dynasty which has ruled China by right of conquest since 1644 is a Manchu dynasty, and that it imposed the shaven forehead and the pigtail on all Chinese men successfully, while it absolutely failed to prevent the women from crippling their feet, though up to this day no woman with golden lilies, crushed feet, is allowed to enter the imperial palace, naturally turn attention to this viceroyalty, which, in point of its area of 380,000 square miles, is larger than Austria and Great Britain and Ireland put together, while its population is estimated at from 18 to 20 million only. Thus, it offers a vast field for emigration from the congested provinces of northern China, and Chinese immigrants are steadily flocking in from Shantung, Chili, and Shenxi, so that southern Manchuria at this time is little behind the inner provinces of China in density of population. It is different in the northern province, where a cold climate and vast stretches of forest render agriculture more difficult. If it had not been for the war and its attendant complications, I had purposed to travel through it from northern Korea. But it is unsettled at all times. The majority of its immigrants consists of convicts, fugitive criminals, soldiers who have left the colors, and gold and ginseng hunters. There is something almost comical about some of the doings of this unpromising community. It comprises large organized bands of mounted brigands, well led and armed, who do not hesitate to come into collision with the imperial troops, frequently coming off victors, and at times, as when I was in Mukden, wresting forts from their hands. During the Taiping Rebellion, when the Chinese troops were withdrawn from Manchuria, these bands carried havoc and terror everywhere, and seizing upon towns and villages, ruled them by right of conquest. In recent years, the government has decided to let voluntary colonists settle in the northern provinces, and has even furnished them with material assistance. Still, things are bad, and the brigands have come to be regarded as a necessary evil and are arranged with. They are not scrupulous as to human life, and when they catch a rich merchant from the south, they send an envoy to his guild with a claim for ransom, strengthened by the threat that if it is not forthcoming in so many days, the captive's head will be cut off. Winter, when the mud is frozen hard, is the only time for the transit of goods by land, and long trains of mule carts may then be seen, 100 or more together, starting from Newchwang, Mukden, and other southern cities, each carrying a small flag, which denotes that a suitable blackmail has been paid to an agent of the brigand chiefs, and that they will not be robbed on the journey. Later, when I was on the Siberian frontier of Manchuria, the brigands were in great force, and having been joined by half-starved deserters from the Chinese army, were harrying the country, and the peasants were flying in terror from their farms. Among the curious features of Manchurian brigandage is that its virulence rises or falls with good or bad harvests, inundations, etc. For many of the usually respectable peasant farmers, in times of flood and scanty crops, join the robber bands, returning to their honest avocations the next season. In spite, however, of this terrorism in the northeast, Manchuria is one of the most prosperous of the Chinese viceroyalties, and its foreign trade is assuming annually increasing importance. Footnote. Taking the port of Newchwang, through which, with certain exceptions, all exports of native produce and imports of foreign merchandise and Chinese productions pass, in 1871 16 steamers and 203 sailing vessels entered the port, with a total tonnage of 65,933 tons. In 1881, 114 steamers and 218 sailing vessels, with a tonnage of 159,098 tons, and in 1891, 372 steamers and 61 sailing vessels, with a total tonnage of 334,709 tons. In the same period, British tonnage had increased from 38.6% of the whole to 58% of the whole. In 1871, German tonnage nearly equaled British, being 37.6% of the whole, but it had declined in 1891 to 28% of the whole. End footnote. I was disappointed to find that the Manchus, or Tartars, differ little in appearance from the race which they have subdued. The women, however, are taller, comelier, and more robust in appearance, as may be expected from their retaining the natural size and shape of their feet, and not only their coiffure, but their costume is different, the Manchu women wearing sleeveless dresses from the throat to the feet, over underdresses with wide embroidered sleeves. With some exceptions, they are less secluded than their Chinese sisters, and have an air of far greater freedom. Most of the Manchu customs have disappeared along with the language, which is only spoken in a few remote valleys, and is apparently only artificially preserved because the ruling dynasty is Manchu. It is only those students who are aspirants for literary degrees and high office in the viceroyalty who are obliged to learn it. People of pure Manchu race are chiefly met with in the north. Manchus, as kinsmen of the present imperial dynasty, enjoy various privileges. Every male adult, as soon as he can string a short and remarkably inflexible bow, no easy task, becomes a bannerman, that is, he is enrolled in one of 8 bodies of irregulars called banners from their distinctive flags, and from that time receives 1 tael, now about 3 shillings, per month, increased to from 5 to 7 taels a month when on active service. These bannermen, as a rule, are not specially reputable characters. They gamble, hang about yamens for odd bits of work, in hope of permanent official employment, and generally sublet to the Chinese the lands which they receive from the government. It is a singular anomaly that bows and arrows are relied upon as a means of defense in an empire which buys rifles and Krupp guns. Later, in Peking, which was supposed to be threatened by the Japanese armies, it was intended to post bannermen with bows and arrows at the embrasures of the wall, and on the Peking and Tungchou road I met 20 carts carrying up loads of these primitive weapons for the defense of the capital. Bow and arrow drill is one of the most amusing of the many military medieval sites of China. The Chinese bannermen are descendants of those Chinese who, in the 17th century, espoused the cause of the Manchu conquerors of China. The whole military force of the 3 provinces of the viceroyalty is 280,000 men. Tartar garrisons and Tartar cities exist in many of the great provincial cities of China, and as the interests of these troops are closely bound up with those of the present Tartar dynasty, their faithfulness is relied upon as the backbone of imperial security. From its history and its audacious and permanent conquest of its gigantic neighbor, its mixed population and numerous aboriginal tribes, its mineral and agricultural wealth, and a certain freedom and breeziness which constitute a distinctive feature, Manchuria is a very interesting viceroyalty, and the 2 months which I spent in it gave it a strong hold upon me. Mud is a great feature of New Chwang, perhaps the leading feature for some months of the year, during which no traffic by road is possible, and the Bund is the only practicable walk. The night I arrived, rain began, and continued with 1 hour's cessation for 5 days and nights, for much of the time coming down like a continuous thunder shower. The atmosphere was steamy and hazy, and the mercury by day and night was pretty stationary at 78 degrees. About 8.46 inches of rain fell on those days. The barometer varied from 29 degrees to 29.3 degrees. Afterwards, when the rain ceased for a day, the heat was nearly unbearable. Of course, no boat's crew would start under such circumstances. Rumors of an extensive inundation came down the river, but these and all others of purely local interest gave place to an intense anxiety as to whether war would be declared, and what the effect of war would be on the great trading port of New Chwang. End of section 16. Section 17 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Awai in May 2021. Chapter 15. A Manchurian Deluge, a Passenger Cart, an Accident. It surprised me much to find that only one foreign resident had visited Mukden, which is only 120 miles distant by a road which is traversable in winter and is accessible by river during the summer and autumn in from 8 to 10 days. I left New Chwang on the 3rd of July, and though various circumstances were unpropitious, reached Mukden in 8 days, being able to avoid many of the windings of the Liao by sailing over an inundation. The kindly foreign community lent me necessaries for the journey, but even with these the hold of a pea-boat was not luxurious. My camp bed took up the greater part of it, and the roof was not much above my head. The descent into the hold and the ascent were difficult, and when wind and rain obliged me to close the front, it was quite dark. Cockroaches swarmed, and the smell of the bilge water was horrible. I was very far from well when I started, and in 2 days was really ill, yet I would not have missed the special interest of that journey for anything, or its solitude, for Wang's limited English counted for nothing and involved no conversational effort. For some distance above New Chwang or Ying Tzu, as far as the real New Chwang, there is a complication of muddy rivers hurrying through vast reed beds, the resort of wild fowl, with here and there a mud bank with a mud hovel or two upon it. At that time, reed beds and partially inundated swamps stretched away nearly to the horizon, which is limited in the far distance by the wavy blue outline of some low hills. We ran up the river till the evening of the 2nd day before a fair wind, and then were becalmed on a reedy expanse swarming with mosquitoes. The mercury was at 89 degrees in the hold that night. I had severe fever, with racking pains in my head, back, and limbs, and in the morning the stamping of the junkmen to and fro, along the narrow strip of deck outside the roof, was hardly bearable. Wang had used up the ample supply of water, and there was nothing wherewith to quench thirst but the brown, thick water of the liao, the tea made with which resembled pea soup. On the morning of the 3rd day it began to rain and blow, and for the next awful 4 days the wind and rain never ceased. The oiled paper which had been tacked over the roof of the boat was torn into strips by the violence of the winds, which forced the rain through every chink. I lay down that night with the mercury at 80 degrees, woke feeling very cold, but, though surprised, fell asleep again. Woke again much colder, feeling as if my feet were bandaged together, extricated myself with difficulty, struck a light, and got up into 6 inches of a mixture of bilge water and rain water, with an overpowering stench, in or on which all things were sunk or floating. Wondered again at being so very cold, found the temperature at 84 degrees, and that I had been sleeping under a wringing sheet in soaked clothing and on soaked sacking under a soaked mosquito net, and that there was not a dry article in the hold. For the next 3 days and nights things remained in the same condition, and though I was really ill, I had to live in wet clothing and drink the liquid cholera of the flood, all the wells being submerged. Telegrams later in the English papers announced great floods in Manchuria, but of the magnitude of the inundation which destroyed for that season the magnificent crops of the great fertile plain of the Liao and swept away many of its countless farming villages, only the experience of sailing over it could give any idea. In that miserable night there were barkings of dogs, shouts of men, mewings of cats, and general noises of unrest, and in the morning, of the village of Piengdo, opposite to which we had moored the evening before, only one house and a barn remained, which were shortly carried away. Many of the people had escaped in boats, and the remainder, with their fowls, dogs, and cats, were in the spreading branches of a large tree. Although the mast of my boat was considerably in the way, and it was difficult to make fast, I succeeded in rescuing the whole menagerie and in transferring it in 2 trips to a village on the other side, which was then 5 feet above the water. We had reached the most prosperous region of Manchuria, a plain 60 miles in length, of deep, rich, alluvial soil, bearing splendid crops, the most lucrative of which are the bean, the oil from which is the staple export of the country, the opium poppy, and tobacco. The great and small millet, wheat, barley, melons, and cucumbers cover the ground. Mulberry trees for the silkworm surround the farmhouses, and the great plain is an idyll of bounteousness and fertility. Of all this not a trace remained, except in a few instances the tops of the 8-feet millet, which supplies the people not only with food, but with fuel and fodder for their animals. The river bank burst during the night, and the waters were raging into the plain, from which I missed many a brown-roofed village, which the evening before stood among its willow and poplar trees. At 11 a fair wind sprang up, junks began to move, and my boatmen, who had talked of returning, untied and moved too. After an exciting scene at a bend where the river, leaping like a rapid, thumped the junks against the opposite shore, we passed one wrecked village after another, bits of walls of houses alone standing. The people and their fowls were in the trees. The women clung to their fowls as much as to their babies. Dugouts, scows, and a few junks, mine among them, were busy saving life, and we took 3 families and their fowls to Showa-ku, a large junk port, where a number of houses were still standing. These families had lost all their household goods and gods, as well as mules, pigs, and dogs. On our way we sailed into a farmyard to try to get some eggs, and the junk not replying to her helm, thumped one of the undermined walls down. It was a large farmhouse and full of refugees. The water was 3 feet deep in the rooms, naked children were floating about in tubs, and the women, looking resigned, sat on the tables. The men said that it was the last of 4 houses, and that they might as well be dead, for they had lost all their crops and their beasts. A fearful sight presented itself at Showa-ku. There the river, indefinite as it had previously been, disappeared altogether, and the whole country was a turbulent muddy sea, bounded on the east by a range of hills, and to the north and south limitless. Under it lay all the fruits of the tireless industry and garden cultivation of a large and prosperous population, and the remorseless waters under the influence of a gale were rolling in muddy surges, crested with tawny foam over the fast dissolving homes. On this vast flood we embarked to shorten the distance, and sailed with 3 reefs in the sail for 13 miles over it, till we were brought up by an insurmountable obstacle in the shape of a tremendous rush of water where a bank had given way. There we were compelled to let go 2 anchors in the early afternoon. The wind had become foul, and the rain, which fell in torrents, was driven almost horizontally. Nothing that suggested human life was in sight. It might have been the deluge, for the windows of heaven were opened. There were a muddy, rolling sea and a black sky, dark with tremendous rain, and the foliage of trees with submerged trunks was alone suggestive of even vegetable life, and of the villages which had been destroyed by the devouring waters. In 13 miles just 1 habitation remained standing, A large, handsome brick house with entrance arch, quadrangle, curved roofs, large farm buildings, and many servants' houses, some of which were toppling, and others were submerged up to their roofs. There was a lookout on the principal roof, and he hailed us, but as there were several scows about, enough to save life, I disregarded him, and we sailed on into the tempestuous solitude, where we anchored. The day darkened slowly into night. The junk rolled with short, plunging rolls. The rain fell more tremendously than ever, and a strong wind, sweeping through the rigging with a desolate screech, only just overpowered the clatter on the roof. I was ill. The seas we shipped drowned the charcoal, and it was impossible to make tea or arrowroot. The rain dripped everywhere through the roof. My lamp spluttered and went out, and could not be relighted. Bedding and clothing were soaked. My bed stood in the water. The noise was deafening. Never in all my journeys have I felt so solitary. I realized that no other foreigner was traveling in Manchuria, that there was no help in illness, and that there was nothing to be done but lie there in saturated clothes till things took a turn for the better. And so they did. By 8 the next morning the scene was changed. The sky was blue and cloudless, there was a cool north wind, and the waste of water dimpled and glittered, the broken sparkle of its mimic waves suggesting the ocean after a destructive storm has become a calm. After sailing over broad blue water all day, and passing islands, on which the luckier villages were still standing, towards evening we sailed into a village of large farmhouses, and made fast to the window bars of one of them, which, being of brick, had not suffered greatly. 11 of the farms had disappeared, and others were in process of disappearing. The gardens, farmyards, and open spaces were under 5 feet of water, the surface of which was covered by a bubbly scum. The horses and cattle were in the rooms of the brick houses, where many human beings had taken refuge. A raft made of farming implements ferried the people among the few remaining dwellings. At that farm the skipper brought a quantity of rice for his family, and by a lovely moonlight we sailed over the drowned country to his village. The flood currents were strong, and when we got there we were driven against 2 undermined houses and knocked them down, afterwards drifting into a road with fine trees which entangled the mast and sail, and our stern bumped down the wall of the road, and the current carried us into a square of semi-submerged houses, and eventually we got into the skipper's garden, and saw his family mounted on tables and chairs on the top of the Chang. 2 uneventful days followed. The boatmen were in ceaseless dread of pirates, and I was so ill that I felt I would rather die than make another effort. Arriving within 3 miles of Mukden, Wong engaged a passenger cart, a conveyance of the roughest description, which is only rendered tolerable by having its back, sides, and bottom padded with mattresses, and I was destitute of everything. Nothing can exaggerate the horrors of an unameliorated Chinese cart on an infamous road. Down into ruts 2 feet deep, out of which 3 fine mules could scarcely extricate us, over hillocks and big gnarled roots of trees, through quagmires and banked ditches, where, in dread of the awful jerk produced by the mules making a non-simultaneous jump up the farther side, I said to myself, "This is my last hour," getting a blow on my head which made me see a shower of sparks. So I entered the gate of the outer wall of beaten clay, 1½ miles in circuit, which surrounds the second city of the empire. Then through a quagmire out of which we were dragged by 7 mules, I bruised, breathless, and in great pain, and up a bank where the cart turned over, pulled the mules over with it, and rolled down a slight declivity, I found myself in the roof with the cameras on the top of me and my right arm twisted under me, a Chinese crowd curious to see the foreign devil, a vague impress of disaster in my somewhat dazed brain, and Wong raging at large. Then followed a shady compound ablaze with flowers, a hearty welcome at the house of Dr. Ross, the senior missionary of the Scotch U.P. Church, sweet home-like rooms in a metamorphosed Chinese house, a large shady bedroom replete with comforts, the immediate arrival of Dr. Christie, the medical missionary, who pronounced my arm bone splintered and the tendons severely torn, and placed the limb in splints, and a time of kind and skilled nursing by Mrs. Ross, and of dreamy restfulness, in which the horrors of the hold of the pea-boat, and of the dark and wind-driven flood only served to emphasize the comfort and propitiousness of my surroundings. End of section 17. Section 18 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in May 2021. Chapter 16. Mukden and its Missions. Mukden stands at an altitude of 160 feet above the sea, in latitude 41 degrees 51 minutes north and longitude 123 degrees 37 minutes east, in the center of an immense alluvial plain, bearing superb crops and liberally sprinkled with farming villages embowered in wood, a wavy line of low blue hills at a great distance limiting the horizon. It is 3 miles from the Hun Ho, a tributary of the Liao, and within its outer wall idles along the silvery Xiao Ho, or small river, with a long bund affording a delightful promenade and an airy position for a number of handsome houses, the residences of missionaries and mandarins, with stately outer and inner gates, through which glimpses are obtained of gardens and flowering plants and pots. This city of 260,000 inhabitants, owing to its connection with the reigning dynasty, is the second city officially in the empire, and the Peking boards, with one exception, are nominally duplicated here. Hence, it not only has an army of Chinese and Tartar officials of all grades, but a large resident population of retired and expectant mandarins, living in handsome houses and making a great display in the streets. There is an incessant movement of mule carts, the cabs of Mukden, with their superb animals and their blue canopies covering both mule and driver, official mule carts driven at a trot, with 4 or more outriders with white hats and red plumes, private carts belonging to young mandarin swells, who give daily entertainments at a restaurant on the Bund, mandarins on horseback with runners clearing the way, carts waiting for lotus viewers, tall, big-footed women promenading with their children, their hair arranged in loops on silver frames and decorated with flowers, hospital patients on stretchers and in chairs, men selling melons and candies, and beggars who by blowing through a leaf imitate the cry of nearly every bird. Then, in the summer evenings, when the mercury has fallen to 80 degrees, the servants of rich men bring out splendid ponies and mules and walk them on the Bund, and there come the crowds to stare at the foreigners and hang round their gates. The presence of well-dressed women is a feature rare in the East. Up to the war, people were polite and friendly, but progress was difficult and the smell of garlic strong. At night the dogs bark, guns are fired, drums and gongs are beaten, and the clappers of the watchman rival each other in making night hideous. All this life lies between the outer wall and the lofty quadrangular inner wall, 3 miles in circuit, built of brick, flanked by lofty towers, and pierced by 8 gates protected by lofty brick bastions. This wall, on which 3 carriages could drive abreast, protects the commercial and official part of the city, which is densely crowded. Mukden, besides being a great grain emporium, being the center of the Chinese fur trade, which attracts buyers from all parts of the world. Fine streets, though full of humps and quagmires, divide the city into 9 wards or quarters, the central quarter being imperial property and containing a fine palace with much decorative yellow tiling, the examination hall, and a number of palaces and yamens, all solidly built. To my thinking, no Chinese city is so agreeable as Mukden. The Tartar capital is free from that atmosphere of decay which broods over Peking. Its wide streets are comparatively clean. It is regularly built, and its fine residences are well kept up. It is a busy place, and does a large and lucrative trade, especially in grains, beans, and furs. It has various industries, which include the tanning and dressing of furs and the weaving of silk stuffs. Its bankers and merchants are rich, and it has great commercial as well as some political importance. As the old capital of Manchuria and the abode of the prince ancestors of the family which was placed on the Chinese throne in 1644, it has special privileges, among which are Ministre de Parade, nominally holding the same rank as the actual ministers in Peking. Near it are the superb tombs of the ancestors of the present emperor, on which grand avenues of trees converge, bordered by colossal stone animals after the fashion of those at the Ming tombs near Peking. Formerly, the Manchu emperors made pilgrimages to these tombs and the sacred city of their dynasty, but since the 2nd decade of this century, the Chinese emperor's portrait only has been sent at intervals in solemn procession, the Peking road being in the meantime closed to ordinary traffic. The Governor-General of Manchuria resides in Mukden, as well as the military governor, who is assisted by a civil administrator and by the presidents of 5 boards. The great offices of state are filled in duplicate by Chinese and Manchus, and criminals of the 2 races are tried in separate courts. The favorable reception given to Christianity is one of the features of Mukden. The fine pagoda of the Christian church is en évidence everywhere. The Scotch UP missionaries, who have been established there for 25 years, are on friendly terms with the people, and specially with many of the mandarins and high officials, who show them tokens of regard publicly and privately on all occasions. Dr. Christie, the medical missionary, is the trusted friend as well as the medical adviser of many of the leading officials and their wives, who, with every circumstance of ceremonial pomp, have presented complimentary tablets to the hospital, and altogether the relations between the Chinese and the missionaries are unique. I attribute these special relations with the upper class partly to the fact that Dr. Ross, the senior missionary, and Dr. Christie, and those who have joined them subsequently, have studied Chinese custom and etiquette very closely, and are careful to conform to both as far as is possible, while they are not only keen-sighted for the good that is in the Chinese, but bring the best out of them. Thus, Christianity, divested of the nonchalant or contemptuous insularity by which it is often rendered repulsive, has made considerable progress not only in the capital, but in the province, and until the roads became unsafe, there was scarcely a day during my long visit in which there were not deputations from distant villages asking for Christian workers, representing numerous bands of rural worshippers who, having received some knowledge of Christianity from converts, colporteurs, or catechists, had renounced many idolatrous practices, and desired further instruction. Of the professing Christians, Dr. Ross said that it was only a very small percentage who had learned the gospel from Europeans. 4,000 were already baptized, and nearly as many again were inquirers with a view to baptism. It was most curious to see men coming daily from remote regions, asking for someone to go and instruct them in the Jesus doctrine, for they had learned as much as they could without a teacher. In many parts of Manchuria, there are now Christian communities carrying on their own worship and discipline, and it is noteworthy that very many of the converts are members of those secret societies whose strongest bond of union is the search after righteousness. The mission hospital is one of the largest and best equipped in the Far East, and besides doing a great medical and surgical work, is a medical school in which students pass through a 4-year curriculum. There also Dr. Christie gives illustrated popular scientific lectures in the winter, which are attended among others by a number of sons of mandarins. Donations, both of money and food, are contributed to this hospital both by officials and merchants, and General Tso, a most charitable man and beloved by the poor, only the night before he started for Korea, sent a bag of tickets for ice, so that the hospital might not suffer for the lack of it during his absence. Only a few months before, he presented it with a handsome tablet and subscription. Footnote. General Tso's cavalry brigade was perhaps the best disciplined in the Chinese army, and he was a severe disciplinarian, but he was also an earnest philanthropist, and though a strict Mussulman, always showed himself friendly to the Christian religion, especially in its benevolent aspects. His soup kitchens saved many a family from starvation. He established and was the chief support of a foundling hospital. During the terrible inundation of 1888, he distributed food among the famished with his own hands. His friendly help could always be relied on by the missionaries, who joined in the sorrow with which Manchuria mourned for his premature death at Pyongyang in Korea. The benevolence of rich Chinese ought not to be overlooked. The charities of China are on a gigantic scale, and many of them are admirably administered by men who expend much self-sacrificing effort on their administration. End footnote. Even in so civilized a city as Mukden, with its schools and literary examinations, its thousands of literary aspirants to official position, its streets full of a busy and splendid officialism, its enormous trades, its banks and yamens, its 20,000 Mussulmans, with their many mosques and hatred of the pig, and the slow interpenetration of enlightened Western ideas, Chinese superstitions of the usual order, well known by every reader, prevail. The system of medicine, though it contains the knowledge and use of some valuable native drugs among the 60 which are exported, is in many respects extremely barbarous. The doctors have no operative surgery and cannot even tie an artery. They use cupping, the cautery, and acupuncture, hot or cold, with long, coarse, uncleanly needles, with which they pierce the liver, joints, and stomach for pains, sprains, and rheumatism. They close all abscesses, wounds, and ulcers with a black, impervious plaster. Witch doctors are resorted to in cases of hysteria or mental derangement. Vaccination is now to some extent adopted with calf or transferred lymph, the puncture being made in the nostrils. In order to ascertain whether a sick person is likely to live, they plunge long needles into the body and give up the case as hopeless if blood does not flow. When death is near, the friends dress the patient in the best clothes they can afford and remove him from the kang, the usual elevated sleeping place, to the floor, or lay him on ashes. As the spirit departs, they cry loudly in the ear. In connection with death, it may be mentioned that some of the most striking shops in Mukden, after the coffin shops, are those in which are manufactured and sold admirable life-size representations of horses, men, asses, elephants, carts, and all the articles of luxury of this life, which are carried in procession and are burned at the grave, sometimes to the value of $1,000. Few children under 9 years old are buried, and those only among the richest class. When death occurs, the mother, wailing bitterly, wraps the body in matting and throws it away, that is, she places it where the dogs can get at it. This ghastly burden must not be carried out of a door or window, but through a new or disused opening, in order that the evil spirit which causes the disease may not enter. The belief is that the heavenly dog which eats the sun at the time of an eclipse demands the bodies of children, and that if they are denied to him, he will bring certain calamity on the household. I have mentioned the Chang, which is a marked feature of the houses and inns of Manchuria, which for its latitude has the coldest winter in the world, the mercury often reaching 17 degrees Fahrenheit below zero. The Chang is a brick platform covered with matting and heated economically by flues, and is at once sleeping and sitting place. The stalks of the holcus sorghum are used for fuel. In winter, when the external temperature may be a little above and much below zero for a month at a time, the Chinaman, unable to heat his whole room, drops his shoes, mounts his Chang, sits cross-legged on the warm mat, covers his padded socks with his padded robe, and there takes his meals and receives his friends in comfort. When I was invited to climb the Chang, I felt myself a persona grata. The pawnshops of Mukden, with their high outer walls, lofty gateways, 2 or 3 well-kept courts, fine buildings, and tall stone columns at the outer gate, with the sign of the business upon them, their scrupulous cleanliness, and their armies of polite, intelligent clerks, are as respectable as banks with us. They demand for every sum borrowed movable property to double its amount. If the pledge be not redeemed within 2 years, it falls to the pawnbroker. Government fixes the interest. The proprietor takes the same position as a capitalist owning a bank in the West, and a samshu distiller takes an equal place in local esteem. The prevalence of suicide is a feature of Mukden as of most Chinese cities. Certain peculiarities of Chinese justice render it a favorite way of wreaking spite upon an employer or neighbor, who is haunted besides by the spirit of the self-murderer. Hence, servants angry with their masters, shopmen with their employers, wives with their husbands, and above all, daughters-in-law with their mothers-in-law, show their spite by dying on their premises, usually by opium, or eating the tops of lucifer matches. It is quite a common thing for a person who has a grudge against another to go and poison himself in his courtyard, securing revenge first by the mandarin's inquiry, and next by the haunting terrors of his malevolent spirit. Young girls were daily poisoning themselves with lucifer matches to escape from the tyranny of mothers-in-law and leave unpleasantness behind them. But it is not the seamy side which is uppermost in Mukden. End of section 18. Section 19 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Abai in May 2021. Chapter 17. Chinese Troops on the March. The weeks which I spent in Mukden were full of rumors and excitement. A few words on the origin of the war with Japan may make the situation intelligible. The Tonghaks, as was mentioned in Chapter 13, had on several occasions defeated the Royal Korean troops, and after much hesitation, the Korean king invoked the help of China. China replied promptly by giving Japan notice of her intention to send troops to Korea on 7th June 1894, both countries, under the Treaty of Tientsin, having equal rights to do so under such circumstances as had then arisen. On the same day, Japan announced to China a similar intention. The Chinese general Yi landed at Asan with 3,000 men, and the Japanese occupied Chemulpo and Seoul in force. In the Chinese dispatch, Korea was twice referred to as our tributary state. Japan replied that the imperial government had never recognized Korea as a tributary state of China. Then came 3 proposals from Japan for the administration of Korea, to be carried out jointly by herself and China. These were 1. Examination of the financial administration. 2. Selection of the central and local officials. 3. The establishment of a disciplined army for national defense and the preservation of the peace of the land. To these proposals, China replied that Korea must be left to reform herself, and that the withdrawal of the Japanese troops must precede any negotiations, a suggestion rejected by Japan, who informed China on 14th July that she should regard the dispatch of any more troops to Japan as a belligerent act. On 20th July, Japan demanded that the King of Korea should order the Chinese troops to leave the country, threatening decisive measures if this course were not adopted. Meanwhile, at the request of the king, the representatives of the treaty powers were endeavoring to maintain peace, suggesting the simultaneous withdrawal of the troops of both countries. To this, China agreed, but Japan demanded delay, and on 23rd July took the decisive measure she had threatened, assaulted and captured the palace, and practically made the king a prisoner, his father, the Taiwan Kun, at his request, but undoubtedly at Japanese instigation, taking nominally the helm of affairs. After this, events marched with great rapidity. On 25th July, the transport Kaohsiung, flying the British flag and carrying 1,200 Chinese troops, was sunk with great loss of life by the Japanese cruiser Naniwa, and 4 days later the Japanese won the Battle of Asan and dispersed the Chinese army. Before 30th July, Korea gave notice of the renunciation of the conventions between herself and China, which was equivalent to renouncing Chinese sovereignty. On 1st August, war was declared. Of the sequence of these events, and even of the events themselves, we knew little or nothing, and up to the middle of July Mukden kept the even tenor of its way. Manchuria is far less hostile to foreigners than the rest of China, and the name devil may even be used as a polite address, with the prefix of honorable. No European women had previously passed through the gate of the inner wall and through the city on foot, but I not only was able to do so without molestation, though several times only attended by my servant, but actually was able to photograph in the quieter streets, the curiosity of the crowd being quite friendly. The Scotch missionaries had then been established in Mukden for 22 years, were on friendly terms with the people. There was much social intercourse, and altogether their relations with the Chinese were unique. Before the end of July, however, the many wild rumors which were afloat, and the continual passage of troops on their way to Korea, war being a foregone conclusion before it was declared, produced a general ferment. I had to abandon peregrinations in the city, and also photography, a hostile crowd having mobbed me as I was taking the gate of victory, in the belief that I kept a black devil in the camera, with such a baleful cyclopean eye that whatever living thing it looked on would die within a year, and any building or wall would crumble away. After war was declared on 1st August 1894, things grew worse rapidly. As Japan had full command of the sea, all Chinese troops sent to Korea were compelled to march through Manchuria, and undisciplined hordes of Manchu soldiers from Kirin, Tizihar, and other northern cities poured through Mukden at the rate of 1,000 a day, having distinguished themselves on the southern march by seizing on whatever they could get hold of, riotously occupying inns without payment, beating the innkeepers, and wrecking Christian chapels, not from anti-Christian, but from anti-foreign feeling. Their hatred of foreigners culminated at Liaoyang, 40 miles from Mukden, when Manchu soldiers, after wrecking the Christian chapel, beat Mr. Wiley, a Scotch missionary, to death, and attacked the chief magistrate for his friendliness to the foreign devils. Anti-foreign feeling rose rapidly in Mukden. The servants of foreigners, and even the hospital assistants, were insulted in the town, and the wildest rumors concerning foreigners were spread and believed. The friendly authorities, who took the safety of the 3 mission families into serious consideration, requested them to give up their usual journeys into the interior and to avoid going into the city or outside the walls. Next, the street chapels were closed, the native Christians, a large body, being very apprehensive for their own safety, being regarded as one with the foreigners, who, unfortunately, were generally supposed to be the same as the Japanese. The perils of the roads increased. Not a cart or animal was to be seen near them. The great inns were closed or had their shutters wrecked, and the villages and farms were deserted. All tracks converging on Mukden were thronged with troops, not marching, but straggling along anyhow, every 10th man carrying a great silk banner, but few were armed with modern weapons. I saw several regiments of fine physique without a rifle among them. In some, jingals were carried by 2 men each, others were armed with antique muzzle-loading muskets, very rusty, or with long matchlocks, and some carried only spears or bayonets fixed on red poles. All were equipped with such umbrellas and fans as I saw some time later in the ditches of the bloody field of Pyongyang. It was nothing but murder to send thousands of men so armed to meet the Japanese with their deadly Murata rifles, and the men knew it, for when they happened to see a foreigner they made such remarks as, "This is one of the devils for whom we are going to be shot." And when a large party of them, in attempting to make a forcible entry into the Governor-General's palace, were threatened by the guard with being shot, the reply was, "We are going to be shot in Korea. We may as well be shot here." The nominal pay of soldiers is higher than that of laborers, and it was only after the defeat and the great slaughter at Asan that there was any unwillingness to enter the ranks. The uniform is easy, but unfit for hard wear, and very stagey, a short, loose, sleeved red cloak, bordered with black velvet, loose blue, black, or apricot trousers, and long boots of black cotton cloth with thick soles of quilted rag. The discipline may be inferred from the fact that some regiments of fine physique straggled through Mukden for the seat of war, carrying rusty muskets in one hand, and in the other poles with perches, on which singing birds were loosely tethered. The men fell out of the ranks as they pleased, to buy fruit or tobacco, or to speak to friends. Yet they made a goodly scenic display in their brilliant coloring, with their countless long banners of crimson silk undulating in the breezy sunshine, and their officers with sable-tailed hats and yellow jackets riding beside them. Those who had rifles and modern weapons at all had them of all makes, so cartridges of 20 different sorts and sizes were huddled together without any attempt at classification, and in one open space all sorts were heaped on the ground, and the soldiers were fitting them to their arms, sometimes trying 8 or 10 before finding one to suit the weapon, and throwing them back on the heap. There were neither medical arrangements nor an ambulance corps, Chinese custom being to strip the wounded and leave them, wounded men being of no use. The commissariat was not only totally inefficient but grossly dishonest, and where stores had accumulated, the contractors sold them for their own benefit. Thus there was little provision of food or fodder in advance, and in a very short time the soldiers were robbing at large and eating the horses and transport mules. The Chinese soldiers, bad as their drill and discipline are regarded by European officials as excellent material, but the Manchus of the north, Tartars, are a shambling, disorderly, insubordinate horde, dreaded by peaceable citizens, presuming on their imperial relationship, and in disturbed times little better than licensed brigands. Among the first troops to leave the city was the Fengtian Chinese Brigade of Cavalry, 5,000 strong, under General Tso, a brave and experienced officer who was at once feared and trusted, so that when he fell with his face to the foe at Pyongyang, his loss demoralized the army, and the Japanese showed their appreciation of him by erecting an obelisk to his memory. His brigade was in a state of strict discipline, admirably drilled, and on the whole well armed. The troopers were mounted on active, well-built ponies, a little over 13 hands high, up to great weight. After leaving Mukden, they were entangled in a quagmire which extended for 100 miles, and the telegrams of disaster were ominous. On the first day, their commander beheaded 6 men for taking melons without payment, and on the second, 14 were decapitated for desertion. After General Tso's departure with his disciplined force, the disorder increased, and the high officials, being left with few reliable soldiers, became alarmed for their own positions, the hatred and jealousy between the Chinese and Manchu troops not only constituting one of the great difficulties of the war, but threatening official safety. Rumors of disaster soon began to circulate, and with each one the ferment increased, and an imperial proclamation sent by courier from Peking in the interests of foreigners, declaring that the emperor was only at war with the rebel Wo-jen, dwarfs, and was at peace with all other nations, did little to allay it. The able-bodied beggars and unemployed coolies in the city were swept into the army, and were sent off after 3 weeks' drill. The mule carts of Mukden and the neighborhood were requisitioned for transport, paralyzing much of the trade of the city. Later, many of these carts were burned as fuel to cook the mules for the starving troops. As Manchu soldiers continued to pour in, the shops were closed and the streets deserted at their approach, and many of the merchants fled to the hills. A Japanese occupation, ensuring security and order, came to be hoped for by many sufferers. The price of provisions rose, because the country people had either been robbed of all or did not dare to bring them in, and even the hospital and dispensary for the same reason began to be scantily attended. After Mr. Wiley's murder, things became increasingly serious, and by the end of August it became apparent to the authorities that the safety of foreigners would be jeopardized by remaining much longer in Mukden. Somewhat later they left, Dr. Ross and Dr. Christie remaining behind for a short time at the special request of the governor. I left on 20th August, and though my friends were very anxious about my safety, I reached New Chwang 5 days later, having encountered no worse risk than that of an attack by pirates, who captured some junks with some loss of life, after I had eluded them by traveling at night. End of section 19.